There is a town in America where nothing ever changes. The children have been children for 36 years. The father has been driving to the same job, past the same cracked cooling towers for longer than most of the people watching this video have been alive. The mother's hair has been reaching toward the ceiling in that impossible blue tower since 1989, defying not just gravity, but the entire accumulated history of human hairstyling. The baby has been sucking on the same pacifier since the Berlin Wall came down, and nobody in that town has ever once looked around and thought, something is wrong here. Welcome to Springfield, and welcome to 4 hours of the mysteries, theories, and buried stories that the show has been quietly hiding inside its own jokes for 36 seasons. We are going to go through all of it tonight, slowly, carefully, the way you'd walk through an old house with a flashlight, moving from room to room, opening doors that were maybe supposed to stay closed. Before we get into the theories themselves, before we start pulling at the threads, we need to understand the foundation of the thing. We need to understand the Springfield paradox, because once you understand it, everything else falls into place. Everything else becomes not just plausible, but inevitable. The Simpsons debuted on December 17, 1989. It was a short animated segment that had been running on the Tracy Ullman Show for a couple of years before Fox gave it its own time slot, and when it launched as a standalone series, it was unlike anything American television had seen before. It was a cartoon, technically, but it was a cartoon that aimed itself directly at adults. It was sharp. It was satirical. It was willing to make Homer Simpson look genuinely bad, genuinely stupid, genuinely selfish, while simultaneously asking you to love him. Which you did. Which everyone did. Because underneath the buffoonery, there was something real. There was a man who was trying, in his limited and fumbling way, to hold his family together. The show became the most watched program in America almost immediately. Bart Simpson's face was on every t-shirt, every lunchbox, every bumper sticker from coast to coast. The phrase "don't have a cow man" entered the cultural bloodstream and stayed there. The show was a phenomenon in the truest sense of the word, which means it did something no one had fully anticipated. It kept going. It kept going through the 90s and into the new millennium. It kept going through the era of reality television, through the streaming revolution, through the age of social media. It outlasted every competitor, every imitator, every think piece declaring that this particular season would finally be its last. It is now the longest-running American animated series in history, the longest-running scripted primetime television program of any kind, and by most measures, one of the most culturally significant pieces of media ever produced in the United States. 36 seasons, 788 episodes. Thousands of characters, thousands of jokes, thousands of moments that people who watched as children can recall with more precision than they can recall actual events from their own lives. And through all of it, through every single one of those 788 episodes, the characters have not aged a single day. This is the thing we need to sit with for a moment. Not just acknowledge and move past, but actually sit with. Because the implications of it are genuinely strange once you remove the shield of the phrase, "it's just a cartoon." Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the series began in 1989. He is 10 years old in 2025. That means Bart Simpson has been 10 years old for 36 years. He has been 10 years old since before the internet existed in any recognizable form. He was 10 years old during the Gulf War and during the Oklahoma City bombing, and during the dot-com bubble and during September 11th, and during the 2008 financial crisis and during a global pandemic that reshaped human civilization. And none of those things aged him a single day. Lisa was 8. She is 8. She has been 8 for 36 years, playing the same saxophone, asking the same questions, fighting the same battles against the same walls of adult indifference, and getting no older. Maggie has been sucking on that pacifier since the year the World Wide Web was invented, and she is no closer to putting it down. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s, and they are in their mid-30s now, despite the fact that in objective reality, a person who was 35 in 1989 would be 71 today. The technical term for what the show is doing is a floating timeline. It's an industry concept, not unique to The Simpsons, that describes a narrative structure where the story's present is always the audience's present. The year is always whatever year the episode is airing. The cultural references are always current. The technology is always contemporary, but the characters don't age to match the passage of that time. They remain frozen at the ages they were when the show began, while the world around them scrolls forward without them. Most people who've watched the show for any length of time have made a kind of unconscious peace with this. You accept it the way you accept other conventions of television, other rules of the fictional universe you're choosing to inhabit for half an hour. The characters don't age. Fine. Moving on. But here's what happens when you watch enough of it. Here's what happens when you've seen all 788 episodes and you start to notice the contradictions that the floating timeline creates. The cracks start to show, and the cracks, once you see them, are impossible to unsee. Let's start with the most obvious one, which is the backstory problem. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was anchored to a specific era. Their courtship was set in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Homer had feathered hair. Marge had a prom dress that belonged unmistakably to a particular decade. They met as teenagers, and their formative experiences were shaped by the cultural landscape of that time. Watergate was recent history. Disco had just died. The Reagan era was just beginning. Their story made sense for two people in their mid-30s in 1989, because people who were mid-30s in 1989 would have grown up in exactly that era. But the floating timeline kept floating. And as the years passed and the show kept airing, the math stopped working. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2005, they can't have grown up in the 1970s anymore. They would have grown up in the 1980s and 1990s. If they're still in their mid-30s in 2015, their formative years would be the 1990s and early 2000s. If they're still in their mid-30s now in 2025, they'd be millennials who were teenagers during the peak of MySpace. The show has handled this by simply rewriting their backstory multiple times. In later seasons, flashback episodes have shown Homer and Marge's youth redone to match whatever era would make sense for the show's current timeline. They went from 1970s teenagers to 1980s teenagers to 1990s teenagers to millennial teenagers, each revision treating the previous version as if it never happened. Their past is not fixed. Their history is a document that gets edited every few years. The characters we've been watching for 36 years do not have stable origins. They exist in a permanent present with a past that reshapes itself to fit wherever the present has drifted. And here's the thing about that. Here's what the floating timeline is actually telling us, if we're willing to listen to it on something other than a purely logistical level. The characters of Springfield don't just fail to age, they fail to accumulate. Nothing sticks, nothing persists. Every catastrophe that befalls Springfield is resolved and forgotten by the next episode. The town has been invaded, destroyed, flooded, burned, sealed under a government dome, hit by a comet, visited by aliens both genuine and suspected, and every single time, without exception, the next episode begins with everything exactly as it was before. The slate is wiped. The clock is reset. Springfield restores itself to factory settings, and the cycle continues. Fans have been calling this episodic storytelling for decades, and that's accurate as far as it goes. That's the structural explanation. But the structural explanation doesn't account for how extreme the show's version of this is. Most episodic shows have a soft continuity, a general awareness that events of previous episodes happened even if they don't get referenced constantly. Springfield has no continuity at all. The reset is total, perfect, and inexplicable unless you're willing to look at it as something more than a production choice. And that's what we're going to do tonight. We are going to look at the floating timeline not as a cartoon convention, but as a clue. We are going to treat the question of why nobody in Springfield ages, why nothing in Springfield sticks, why the town keeps resetting no matter what happens to it, as a genuine mystery with a genuine answer. Several genuine answers, actually, because there are multiple theories that attempt to explain the Springfield paradox. And the remarkable thing about them is not that they all succeed, but that they all succeed in different ways. Each one illuminates a different corner of the same darkness. Each one takes the evidence and arrives somewhere that makes the show feel stranger and deeper and more intentional than most people have ever given it credit for. We're going to spend tonight going through all of them: the nuclear contamination theory, the coma theory, the collective denial theory, the immortality theory, the geographic impossibility theory, the prediction phenomenon, the quiet genius of Maggie Simpson, the buried tragedy of Mona Simpson, the systematic cruelty of Mr. Burns, and the final theory, the one that ties everything together and leaves you lying in the dark, staring at the ceiling, thinking about a cartoon family that somehow, despite being fictional and yellow and having 4 fingers, managed to tell the truest story about America that America has ever told about itself. We're going to go slowly. We're going to be thorough. We're going to let the details accumulate the way good theories accumulate, one piece at a time, each one supporting the ones before it until the structure becomes undeniable. So settle in. Get comfortable. Let the light stay low and the night stay quiet around you. Because Springfield is waiting, and what's down there in the deep end of this show is worth the time it takes to find it. The floating timeline is where we start, not where we end. It starts here because the aging paradox is the central fact of the show. It is the thing every theory has to account for. It is the thing that makes Springfield different from every other town in fiction. Real places have histories. Real places accumulate. Real places are shaped by what happened to them, and you can look at a real place and read its past in the lines of its streets, the age of its buildings, the faces of its residents. Springfield has no lines. Springfield has no age. Springfield is perpetually, impossibly, uncomplicatedly now. There's something beautiful about that, actually. There's a reason audiences have been returning to Springfield for 36 years, and part of it is exactly this. Springfield offers something that the real world can't. It offers permanence. It offers the comfort of a place and a family that will always be exactly as you left them. You can go away for 10 years and come back to The Simpsons, and Bart is still 10, and Lisa is still 8, and Homer is still stumbling through the front door with a donut, and it all feels the same as it felt when you first watched it, whenever that was. That's not an accident. That's a design. The floating timeline isn't a lazy shortcut around the complexity of aging characters. It's the show's most fundamental promise to its audience. We will always be here. We will always be the same. You can always come home. And the theories we're going to discuss tonight don't undermine that promise. They deepen it. They take the comfort of the familiar and show you what's underneath it. They show you the machinery. And the machinery, it turns out, is both stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the surface ever let on. Let's begin. If you've made it this far, and you're already settling in, do us a favor and drop a comment telling us your time and your location. Something like 2 a.m. London or 11 p.m. Texas. We love seeing where in the world people are watching. And if you haven't already, hit subscribe. There's a lot more of this to come, and you don't want to miss it. Section 2. The Nuclear Conspiracy. Burns, the Plant, and the Poison Town. Let's begin with something that should disturb you far more than it probably does. In the center of Springfield, there is a nuclear power plant. It is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It has been operating for decades. It provides the electrical power that runs every home, every school, every business in the town. It is, in terms of sheer structural dominance, the defining landmark of Springfield's skyline. You can see it from almost anywhere in the town. The cooling towers are the first thing you notice when you look at Springfield from a distance. And the steam they release, that slow, perpetual cloud rising into the Springfield sky, is as constant and as familiar as any natural feature of the landscape. The plant is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. It employs a significant portion of Springfield's working population. It is the economic spine of the community. Without it, Springfield would cease to function. Without it, Springfield might cease to exist. And it is, by any reasonable measurement, one of the most catastrophically dangerous industrial facilities in the history of fiction. Let's go through the record carefully, because the record is worth going through carefully, not quickly, not as a list of bullet points to be acknowledged and moved past. Slowly, the way you'd read a case file, A surprise safety inspection of the Springfield nuclear power plant found 342 separate safety violations. 342. To put that number in context, the average commercial nuclear power plant in the United States operates with an annual inspection report that might flag a dozen or 24 items, most of them minor procedural issues. 342 violations represents not a facility that has a few things to tighten up, but a facility that is operating in a state of continuous, comprehensive, catastrophic neglect. The estimated cost to bring the plant into compliance with basic safety standards was $56 million. Charles Montgomery Burns, a man who is described throughout the series as a multi-billionaire, a man whose personal fortune is so vast that the show consistently portrays it as essentially incalculable, refused to spend it. And here's the detail that matters. He didn't refuse because the money wasn't available. He didn't refuse because the estimate was disputed or the violations were contested. He refused because spending the money would mean admitting the problems existed. And admitting the problems existed would open a door he had spent decades keeping closed. Because behind that door was the question of what those problems had already done to the people living within range of the plant's output. The violations themselves are extraordinary. Radioactive waste is being dumped directly into Springfield's waterways. The same rivers and streams that flow through town, the same water that feeds into Springfield's municipal supply, is being used as a disposal site for nuclear byproducts. Radioactive materials have been found on children's playgrounds. Plutonium has been used as a paperweight on an employee's desk, treated with the casual familiarity you'd give an office stapler. The cooling towers have cracks that were addressed not with engineering repairs but with chewing gum, actual chewing gum pressed into the fissures of a structure designed to contain the heat output of an active nuclear reactor. Luminous rats that glow with an internal light that no animal should possess, run through the infrastructure of the facility as if this were normal. And then there are the skeletons, human skeletons discovered in the basement of an active nuclear power plant. The show presents this detail and then moves on. No investigation, no explanation of who those people were or how they came to be dead inside a working reactor facility. No questions from the safety inspector, no questions from the town, no questions from anyone. The bones are there, and then the scene changes and the plot continues, and nobody in Springfield ever thinks about the bones again. The safety inspector responsible for preventing all of this, the man whose entire professional purpose is to ensure that the Springfield nuclear power plant does not poison an entire town, is Homer Simpson. We will spend a great deal of time on Homer tonight, because Homer is the key to almost everything. But for now, the relevant facts are these. The show's own creator has stated that Homer Simpson has an IQ of 55. An episode reveals that a crayon has been lodged in Homer's brain since childhood, a foreign object physically blocking neural pathways and measurably reducing his cognitive function. Homer regularly sleeps at his workstation. He has eaten donuts during meltdown alerts. He once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see if it would grow larger when exposed to radiation. That man, that specific man, is the last line of defense between the Springfield nuclear power plant and total catastrophic failure. He has been that last line of defense for over 30 years. This is not a background detail. This is the setup for everything. Now let's talk about what the plant has been doing to Springfield, because the show doesn't just hint at it. The show shows you. The first visible mutant appears in Season 2, Blinky, a three-eyed fish pulled from a river near the power plant. Blinky becomes a minor media sensation within the show. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as a centerpiece in an environmental campaign against Burns, arguing that the fish is direct evidence of nuclear contamination leaking into Springfield's ecosystem. Burns, forced into an awkward public defense of the situation, appears on local television and eats the fish himself to prove it's harmless. The town watches. The town shrugs. The campaign moves on and Blinky is forgotten. Nobody conducts a follow-up study of the river. Nobody tests the water supply. Nobody asks the obvious question, which is this. If the fish have 3 eyes, What does that suggest about the people who have been drinking water from the same source for years? The answer to that question is one the show has been laying out in careful detail since the very beginning. It just distributed the evidence across enough episodes, over enough years, that the accumulation never quite triggered the alarm response it should have triggered. Look at the residents of Springfield. Look at them carefully. Homer Simpson. Bulging eyes that protrude beyond any normal human proportions. A skull shape that doesn't correspond to any documented human biology. An overbite severe enough to classify as a deformity. 4 fingers on each hand, not 5. And that's before we get to the physiological impossibilities. The healing rate that allows him to survive electrocutions and falls and explosions and car impacts that would be fatal to any normal person. The pain tolerance that permits him to absorb physical trauma without any lasting damage. The body that simply refuses to be permanently harmed no matter what is done to it. Marge Simpson. The same bulging eyes. The same 4-fingered hands. Hair that grows straight up in a rigid vertical column several feet tall. Hair that has maintained this exact shape without any visible maintenance for 3.5 decades. Hair that follows no laws of physics that govern actual human hair. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie. All born in Springfield. All raised in Springfield. All drinking the same water, breathing the same air, living under the cooling towers every day of their lives. And all of them displaying the same physical characteristics that don't occur in normal human biology. The spiky hair that holds its shape without product. The severe overbites. The protruding eyes. The 4 fingers. Here's the detail that makes this more than a stylistic choice. When celebrities appear in Springfield, when guest characters arrive from outside the town, they look different. Not subtly different. Fundamentally different. Their proportions are more natural. Their facial features more closely resemble actual human anatomy. Their eyes don't bulge. Their skulls are the right shape. The show draws outsiders with visibly different physical characteristics than it draws Springfield residents. The explanation that everyone defaults to is that this is just the art style. This is how The Simpsons draws people. But within the logic of the show's own universe, within the world where Springfield is a real place and these are real people, there is a visible, observable, documentable difference between people who live inside Springfield and people who come from outside it. The people inside the contamination zone display the physical markers of mutation. The people outside it look like normal humans. Even the animals reflect this. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners, the same proportional abnormalities that distinguish Springfield residents from everyone else. The show is not subtle about this if you're looking for it. The contamination doesn't respect species lines. It affects everything that lives within Springfield's borders. Now go back to Mr. Burns. Go back to the episode called The Springfield Files, which aired in Season 8. Homer sees something in the woods at night, a glowing figure moving through the trees, and the town reacts with immediate certainty that Springfield has been visited by an alien. The FBI sends agents to investigate. The entire community mobilizes around the mystery of what Homer saw. The reveal, when it comes, is devastating in its implications. The figure in the woods is not an alien. It is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical regimen so intensive, so chemically and radiologically extreme that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without the next dose, he would die. The schedule is absolute, the margin for error is 0, and after each session, Burns wanders out of the treatment facility in a dazed, euphoric state and stumbles through the woods near Springfield. He literally glows in the dark. His body is so saturated with radiation that it produces visible light. And the people of Springfield, confronted with a glowing, humanoid figure emerging from the trees near a nuclear power plant, do not think radiation. They do not think the plant. They do not make the connection that is available to any person with a rudimentary understanding of basic cause and effect. They think alien, space creature, visitor from another world. That is how deeply the denial is embedded. The obvious explanation, the one that points back to the cooling towers they drive past every day, is not even considered. And then there's the film. The Simpsons movie, released in 2007, in which Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a level so extreme that the Environmental Protection Agency of the United States government determines that the only viable response is to seal the entire town under a massive glass dome. Not to clean it up, not to investigate it, not to remediate the damage, to contain it, to prevent it from spreading, to physically isolate Springfield from the rest of the country the way you would isolate a contaminated sample in a laboratory. Think about what that means. A federal agency of the United States government looked at Springfield and concluded that the town was so comprehensively, so irreversibly toxic that the only appropriate response was permanent physical quarantine. The government did not try to fix Springfield. The government tried to contain Springfield. The town was classified, in the logic of the show's own universe, as an environmental hazard to the rest of the nation. And every person in Springfield was inside when the dome went up. Every resident who had been drinking the water and breathing the air and living downwind of those cracked reactors, they were sealed inside with whatever the plant had been doing to them. They were already inside the contamination. The dome just made it official. Burns knows. The show makes this explicit across multiple storylines, and it's worth examining in detail because the nature of Burns's knowledge transforms the entire situation from a tragic accident into something considerably darker. Burns funds private medical research. Burns retains personal physicians. Burns undergoes those weekly treatments so extreme that they cause biological effects visible to the naked eye. Treatments that exist specifically to manage what radiation has done to his own body and to keep the disease equilibrium that the show describes in one of its most memorable scenes, the Three Stooges syndrome scene, in which a doctor informs Burns that he has every disease known to medical science simultaneously. Every single one. And they can't kill him because they're all competing for resources at the same time, each one blocking every other one, creating a biological gridlock that amounts to accidental, terrible, magnificent invulnerability. Burns is not surviving because of his health. Burns is surviving despite the catastrophic state of his health, through the constant intervention of medical technology that he alone in Springfield can afford to access. He has spent decades managing radiation exposure in his own body. He understands, at a level that nobody else in Springfield does, what radiation does to biological systems. He knows it because it's happening to him, and he has built an entire infrastructure of survival around managing its effects. He knows what it's doing to everyone else because he is watching it happen. He is the man who decides where the waste goes. He is the man who decided the cooling tower cracks could be patched with gum. He is the man who has been running this facility for decades, watching the fish grow 3 eyes and the residents develop the physical markers of chronic exposure and choosing every single time to do nothing, to spend nothing, to fix nothing, to maintain the violation count at 342 and trust that Homer Simpson's continued employment would ensure no one competent ever looked too closely. Homer's continued employment at the plant is not a cartoon convenience. The show addresses this directly. When German investors briefly purchased the facility, the first thing they did was fire Homer. The second thing they did was commission a full assessment of what bringing the plant to code would cost, and the estimate was so large it nearly bankrupted them. They sold it back to Burns immediately. Burns bought it back and rehired Homer within days. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down. Homer's function at the plant is not to protect Springfield from the plant's dangers. Homer's function at the plant is to ensure that the plant's dangers are never formally documented and never officially addressed. He is not a safety inspector, he is a human shield between Burns and accountability. He is the perfect employee not because he does his job well, but because he doesn't do his job at all. And his failure is so comprehensive and so sincere that it can never be mistaken for malicious negligence. Homer isn't covering anything up. Homer doesn't know there's anything to cover up. And that absence of knowledge is exactly what Burns requires. The crayon in Homer's brain is an episode unto itself, and we'll come back to it in more detail when we get to the Mona Simpson section. But the relevant piece here is this. When the crayon is removed in Season 12, Homer's IQ rises dramatically. He becomes intelligent, articulate, genuinely capable of understanding the world around him. He is a different person, a better version of himself. And the first thing that version of Homer does is look at his life and see it clearly for the first time. He sees his job clearly. He sees his town clearly. He sees the plant and what it is and what it's doing. And it breaks him. The clarity is unbearable. He chooses to have the crayon reinserted. He chooses cognitive impairment over awareness. He chooses not to know. But the theory argues, and it argues persuasively, that this choice was never really Homer's to make in any meaningful sense. By the time Homer made that choice, the radiation had been in the water for decades. The damage had been accumulating since before Homer was born. The version of Homer capable of making a clear-eyed, rational decision about his own life had never really been allowed to exist in Springfield, because Springfield doesn't allow that kind of clarity. The plant makes sure of it. The contamination theory doesn't explain one thing about the Simpsons. It explains all of them. Why doesn't anyone age? Because their biology has been fundamentally altered at the cellular level by chronic radiation exposure, and altered biology doesn't follow the normal rules. Why does the town reset after every catastrophe? Because chronic neurological damage from years of radiation exposure has compromised the population's ability to form and retain long-term memories, particularly memories of collective trauma. Why does Homer survive injuries that should be fatal? Because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that make him remarkably resistant to physical damage, even as that same adaptation devastated his cognitive function. Why does Burns stay alive far beyond any reasonable human lifespan? Because he, unlike everyone else in Springfield, has had the resources and the knowledge to manage his radiation exposure deliberately, using the contamination that's slowly destroying the town as a source of the treatments that keep him alive. Why does nobody in Springfield ever ask why their children are yellow and their fish have 3 eyes? Because the same contamination that mutated their bodies also damaged the neurological infrastructure required for critical thinking, for the kind of sustained cause and effect reasoning that would connect the fish in the river to the plant on the hill, to the water in the tap, to the color of their own skin. Springfield is not a quirky, animated town. Springfield is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the plant on the hill is not a background joke. It is the engine of everything strange about this place, running without interruption for 36 years, producing not just electricity, but the conditions for a town that cannot age, cannot change, cannot heal, and cannot understand why. Section 3. Homer's Coma, the Dream Theory. Now let's take everything you just heard about Springfield and hold it in one hand. And in the other hand, consider this. What if the contamination theory is true, but only inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since April of 1993? This is the Homer coma theory. It is the most discussed, most debated, most internally consistent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. It was originally proposed on Reddit by a user called Hard Topic a Name, and it spread across the early internet with the velocity of something that resonates, something that hits people in a particular way, something they can't quite put down after they pick it up. Let me tell you the origin of the theory first, because the origin matters. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. It was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise is simple. Bart plays a series of escalating April Fool's pranks on Homer over the course of the day, and the final prank involves taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placing it inside an industrial paint shaker. The can, when Homer eventually opens it, detonates with a force that the show depicts as genuinely violent. Homer is hospitalized. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed recovering, he notices a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He gets up to get one. The machine tips over. It crushes him. And Homer Simpson enters a coma. Not a dream sequence, not a cutaway gag, a real, clinical, medically documented coma. Homer flatlines. The doctors work on him, his family gathers. The episode treats it, for a moment, with something approaching real dramatic weight. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart is at his bedside, tearfully confessing that the whole thing was his fault, and Homer springs to life and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Everything goes back to normal. The show tells you he woke up. But here is the detail that changes everything. In the final moments of that episode, the doctor informs the family that Homer has permanently lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5%? Gone, destroyed, never recoverable. Homer's response to learning that he has sustained permanent brain damage is to laugh uncontrollably, even as he announces that he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. The show treats it as a joke. The episode ends and The Simpsons continues for 32 more years as if nothing happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never woke up at all. That is the theory. In full, Homer Simpson did not regain consciousness in April 1993. Every episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character development, every guest appearance, every impossible event, every world-altering catastrophe and subsequent perfect reset is a dream. It is a dream being generated by the comatose mind of a man lying in a bed at Springfield General Hospital, his family gathered around him in slowly diminishing hope, while his brain, slowly losing function, runs a simulation of the life he was living on the day the vending machine fell. The evidence is extensive, and it is, when you examine it carefully, genuinely unsettling. Let's start with the tonal shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Not realistic, not a documentary, it was always a cartoon and always a satire, but the problems it dealt with were recognizable human problems. Homer tries to stop drinking and can't. Marge considers whether her marriage is genuinely happy, or whether she's simply committed to the idea of it. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and experiences real heartbreak when it doesn't go where she hoped. Bart faces being held back a year at school and has to reckon with what that means for his already fragile sense of self. These are domestic problems. Economic anxiety, marital tension, the particular difficulties of childhood, and adolescence in a household where resources are limited, and love is sometimes expressed in ways that don't quite reach the people it's meant for. The emotional register of early Simpsons is something worth attending to. It's warm and sharp at the same time. The jokes land partly because they're funny and partly because they're true. The family is dysfunctional, but recognizably so. The struggles are real. After the coma episode, everything changes. Homer goes to space. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante mob. Homer joins a secret Masonic-style society. Homer discovers that his mother is a fugitive radical who has been in hiding for decades. Homer meets God on 2 separate occasions. The show goes from a family sitcom rooted in economic reality to a show where the main character has met multiple presidents, traveled to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended an improbable gallery of celebrities, and survived physical ordeals that would kill a Marine. This shift has been noticed and debated for 20 years. The internet has been arguing about when The Simpsons went from great to mediocre for most of the internet's existence. The coma theory offers a precise answer. The show didn't decline. Homer's brain did. The escalating implausibility, the increasingly surreal plots, the way the world of the show gradually detached from any recognizable version of reality, those are not the symptoms of a writing staff losing its grip on what made the show work. They are the symptoms of a dreaming mind generating increasingly unstable simulations as the cognitive architecture supporting those simulations slowly fails. A healthy brain generates coherent dreams. An injured brain generates fragmented ones. A brain that is slowly dying generates dreams that become progressively less tethered to the logic and proportions of the real world. Dreams where the impossible is not impossible, where the scale of events is not governed by any reasonable sense of what a single life can contain, where the same person who works at a nuclear plant in a small town can also go to space, meet presidents, join secret societies, and survive every experience intact. Homer's dream started in Springfield and became the universe, because that's what dreams do as the mind that holds them begins to falter. Now here is the detail that makes the theory impossible to dismiss. 6 months before the coma episode, in the season 4 premiere, Homer has a conversation with God. An actual conversation, face to face. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. He tells Homer that his time is coming. 6 months later, April 1993. Homer is in a coma. The timeline matches with a precision that does not feel accidental. God told Homer his time was nearly up. 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended. The show, in its very first theological episode, embedded a prophecy about its own narrative architecture. Not as an explicit statement, not as a clue to be found and decoded. As a joke, a quirky theological gag that got a laugh and was filed away. But the joke meant something. The joke was telling you what was coming. The aging problem, which is the central fact of the show, the fact that no one in Springfield ages, the thing that every theory about The Simpsons has to account for, is where the coma theory is most elegant. It is the most elegant solution to the most persistent question. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children don't age. His unconscious brain doesn't have the information needed to imagine them growing up, because he wasn't there to see it happen. His wife doesn't age because the last version of Marge he experienced, the Marge of early 1993, is the Marge his brain has access to. His friends don't change because his memory of them is locked. At the moment the vending machine fell. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it existed on the day he lost it. Because that's what the injured mind does. It doesn't project forward into futures it hasn't lived. It loops through a preserved version of the present, running variations, running simulations, cycling through what-ifs with the raw material it has available. Springfield is that raw material. The Homer of April 1993 goes to work and struggles with his job, and loves his family, and argues with his neighbors, and watches television and eats donuts and has opinions about things and fears other things, and that accumulated data, that archive of a life, is what becomes Springfield in the dream. The characters are as Homer knew them. The house is as Homer knew it. The town is as Homer knew it. The kids are as young as Homer last saw them. And everything since then, every episode of The Simpsons that has aired in the 32 years since season 4, is Homer dreaming. The celebrity appearances are particularly interesting under this reading. Later seasons are famously flooded with celebrity guest appearances in ways that early seasons are not. The cultural establishment, the famous names and famous faces, began showing up in Springfield with increasing frequency as the show went on. Under normal analysis, this is a production choice, a strategy for generating buzz and attracting viewers. Under the coma theory, it is something else. Homer's brain, lying in a hospital bed in Springfield, is receiving environmental input. Sounds from the television in the corner of the room. Voices from conversations happening at his bedside. Music from someone's radio down the hall. Names and cultural references bleeding through the fog of unconsciousness, absorbed by a brain that is still, at some level, trying to make sense of incoming information. That information gets incorporated into the dream. The names Homer hears become characters in Springfield. The voices he catches fragments of become guest stars who appear for an episode and then vanish. The cultural references floating in the air around his hospital bed become the texture of the dream's world, explaining why later Springfield, Dream Springfield, seems so much more saturated with contemporary cultural detritus than early Springfield did. The dream is getting louder as the world outside the coma becomes the primary source of data. The show has engaged with this theory directly. In season 34, an episode titled Lisa the Boy Scout contained what was described as a deliberately leaked deleted scene in which Homer wakes from a long coma, establishing explicitly that every outlandish episode since the real coma had been a dream. The show's production team then clarified that the scene was a fake, a hoax, something planted by hackers, not a real deleted scene. But the fact that they created it is telling. The writers animated a direct response to the fan theory. They depicted Homer waking from a coma, and then they wrapped it in layers of denial and misdirection and told the audience it was a joke. They showed you the answer, and then told you there was no answer, and the show's own characters found this very funny, which is exactly the kind of move a story would make if the story was about a mind that needs to keep believing its own fiction. The executive producer, Al Jean, addressed the theory in 2015 and said simply that it wasn't true, that Homer was not in a coma and the theory was fan speculation. He offered no alternative explanation for why the show's tone shifted so dramatically after season 4. He offered no explanation for the aging paradox that was as clean and self-consistent as the coma theory. He just said it wasn't true and moved on, and the interviewer let him. But the fans didn't let it go because the theory does something that no official statement has ever done. It makes the show make complete sense. Every inconsistency, every paradox, every impossible thing that Springfield does. All of it accounted for. All of it explained by a single premise that requires nothing supernatural, nothing conspiratorial, nothing external to the show's own established world. Just a man, a hospital bed, and a brain that loves his family too much to let them go. And here's the piece that stays with you. Here is the piece that you take with you out of the theory and back into the show. If the coma theory is true, then Homer Simpson's deepest wish is very simple. It is not to go to space or meet a president or join a secret society or have any of the adventures the show gives him. His deepest wish, the wish that the dream is built around, is just this. He wants his family. That's all. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, infuriating, wonderful boy. He wants Lisa to still be playing her saxophone in her room, fighting battles that matter even if no one else thinks they do. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold. He wants Friday night at the house on Evergreen Terrace to last forever. And in the dream, it does. Every episode ends with the family intact. Every disaster resolves. Every catastrophe resets. Homer always finds his way home by the end because in his dream, he never really left. The dream is not a nightmare. The dream is the closest thing Homer Simpson will ever have to heaven. A house where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and no one ever has to say goodbye. Every episode of The Simpsons on this reading is not a comedy. It is a love letter. It is a dying man dreaming about the only thing that ever mattered to him. And every time the credits roll and everything resets and the family is still on the couch and still together and still safe, that's not lazy writing. That's Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if the dream stops, if the simulation finally collapses, then Homer has to wake up. And waking up means finding out how much time has passed. How old his children really are, whether Marge is still waiting, whether anyone is still sitting beside the bed, or worse, not waking up at all. That's the coma theory. 32 years of television, 700 episodes. All of it a dream, all of it an act of love from an unconscious father to the family he can't reach. The show will never confirm this. It will never disprove it either. The evidence is baked into the structure of the show itself, distributed across decades, patient and persistent, and waiting to be found by anyone willing to look. Nobody ages. Reality keeps getting stranger. And Homer always finds his way home. Because in his dream, he never left. Section 4. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The unsolved case now. Before you say Maggie, hear this out. We know the show told us it was Maggie. Season 7, Episode 1, Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 2. The investigation concludes. The baby did it, case closed, except the case was never really closed. Because the evidence doesn't hold together the way the show wants you to believe it does. And the more carefully you examine this mystery, the more it begins to look less like a solved crime and more like a managed narrative. An official story built to be convenient rather than to be true. Let's go back to the beginning. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1. The summer of 1995. The Simpsons attempts something that had never been done by an animated show before, a genuine murder mystery cliffhanger. A whodunit structured with the rigor and the promotional muscle of a major cultural event. Fox ran it like a campaign. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional shooting as a real unsolved crime. The show's creators invited viewers to submit their guesses as to who pulled the trigger, with the winner to be animated into a future episode. It was one of the most elaborately promoted single-story events in the history of broadcast television. and the mystery was earned. Burns had gone further than he'd ever gone before. He had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school's budget and eliminating programs that teachers and students had depended on for years. He had engineered the financial destruction of Moe's Tavern, driving Moe into bankruptcy. He had created a sinkhole that swallowed the Springfield retirement castle, displacing the elderly residents and destroying their home. He had injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog. And in his masterpiece of villainy, he had constructed a giant mechanical device designed to block the sun over Springfield. Not metaphorically, but literally, so that every resident of the town would be unable to generate their own light or heat or sustain any solar-dependent agriculture, making them entirely dependent on Burns's power plant for all of it. He had literally stolen the sun. By the end of Part 1, every person in Springfield had motive. The show went through them methodically. Homer, because Burns had never once remembered his name despite Homer working for him for years. Bart and Lisa, because the school had lost its funding. Grandpa Simpson, because his retirement home had been destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job when the school's budget was gutted. Tito Puente, because the music program was eliminated. Moe, because his bar was gone. Even Smithers, Burns's own devoted assistant, who had been fired on the spot when he protested the sun-blocking scheme. The town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns directly. Multiple characters were observed carrying weapons. The air was thick with a specific kind of collective rage that Springfield doesn't usually sustain for very long, the kind that builds over time and arrives at a breaking point. And then Burns collapsed. A single gunshot wound. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on two letters, W and S. Or, depending on your perspective, M and S. America waited an entire summer to find out who did it. Here is what the show told us when Part 2 aired. The investigation is largely comedic. Chief Wiggum and the Springfield police fumble through their procedural obligations. Smithers confesses immediately, but his confession falls apart when it turns out he was in a blackout state of intoxication during the relevant time period, and the shooting he actually committed was of Jasper's wooden leg, not Burns. He had the guilt and the opportunity and none of the evidence. The suspects are eliminated one by one. Skinner has an alibi. Moe has an alibi. Tito Puente has what the show correctly identifies as one of the greatest alibis in television history. A full musical number explaining that he had channeled his rage into artistic expression. The investigation stalls until police discover an eyelash on Burns's jacket. DNA analysis matches it to a member of the Simpson family. Combined with Homer's fingerprints on the gun and his status as arguably the person with the clearest personal motive in town, the case begins to point at Homer. He is arrested. He is on the verge of being convicted. And then Burns wakes up from his coma and identifies the shooter. It was Maggie. Baby Maggie, 1 year old, who, according to Burns, encountered him in the parking lot after the town meeting, where he attempted to take her lollipop, and in the struggle his gun fell from its holster, and Maggie picked it up, and the gun discharged, and that was that. Except. Let's start with the contest itself, because the contest is actually one of the most revealing pieces of evidence in this entire case. Fox invited viewers across America to submit their guesses. Thousands upon thousands of entries arrived. The prize, animation into a future episode of the show, was significant. And according to the DVD commentary for the episodes, from the mouths of the show's own creators, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of contest entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The person who eventually received the prize was chosen randomly from the pool and given a cash payment instead because they hadn't gotten it right. The writers acknowledged on the commentary that they knew of one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group on the night of the original broadcast. But this person was using a college internet account that had become inactive by the time the contest ended, and the producers, despite actively looking, could not track them down. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what this means. The show told America the mystery was solvable from the clues provided in Part 1. It ran a national contest based on that premise. And when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody had solved it. The clues were either insufficient, the misdirection too effective, or the answer didn't follow logically from the evidence in the way the show claimed it did. Now let's examine the clues themselves. Burns falls onto the sundial. His hands come to rest pointing at W and S, or from his perspective, M and S. The show tells us this indicates Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. Mystery solved. Except Burns himself stated, canonically on the record, that the positioning of his hands was not intentional. He did not deliberately fall to spell out his attacker's initials. He fell. The sundial clue, the central piece of physical evidence that the official narrative rests on, was described by the victim himself as a coincidence. Burns did not say, "I'm pointing to my shooter's initials." He said, "I fell and my hands happened to land here." The single most important clue in the most famous mystery in the show's history is, according to its own source, meaningless. Then there's the gun. Burns carried a weapon in a holster. Shortly before the shooting, observant viewers can notice that the holster is empty. The gun was already gone from Burns's person before the attack happened. Whoever shot Burns used his own weapon. This is a significant detail because it tells us something specific about the shooter. The shooter was not someone who arrived at the confrontation armed. The shooter was someone who didn't bring a weapon, who didn't plan to shoot anyone, who encountered Burns's gun by chance and used it in a moment of opportunity or impulse. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. But so does almost everyone else at that town meeting who wasn't already carrying a weapon. Burns's last words before the shooting are heard in partial form. "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He said those words with the casual familiarity you use when you see someone you know. Not fear, not alarm, recognition. The kind of greeting you give to someone you've encountered before and don't consider a threat. The question is, does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Burns famously cannot remember Homer's name, despite Homer having worked for him for years, despite Homer being someone Burns has had direct personal interactions with on multiple occasions. The idea that Burns would encounter a baby he has no established relationship with, no established history with, and respond with the specific verbal register of, "Oh, it's you," the register of recognizing a familiar face, is difficult to reconcile with what we know about how Burns processes and retains information about people. Now, here is the moment in Season 18 that has been sitting in the show's continuity for years, largely ignored. Homer, in conversation, states outright that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it directly. On camera, and nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer Simpson confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the show treats it as a throwaway line, the way it treats most of what Homer says. Either Homer is confessing to something real and the original verdict was wrong, or Homer is lying for attention, which is entirely possible given his character, and entirely consistent with the way he talks. But the confession exists. It's in the canon. It's on film. And it was never addressed. The Marge theory, which was developed in detail by a Reddit user and has become one of the most circulated alternate readings of the mystery, is worth examining seriously. Marge had watched Burns destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, bankrupt her friend's bar, eliminate the programs that her daughter depended on, and steal the sun from the sky over her town. She had motive that was at least as strong as anyone else's. And here's the complicating factor. Burns fell in love with Marge. It was an earlier episode. It was treated as a comic storyline. But the show established that Burns had a genuine infatuation with Marge Simpson. He pursued her. He was, in his limited and deeply strange way, moved by her. The theory suggests that when Burns woke from his coma and identified his shooter, he didn't identify who actually shot him. He looked at the woman he loved, the woman who might have had reason to be there, and protected her. He pointed at the sundial and let the investigation draw its own conclusions. And the conclusions the investigation drew pointed to Maggie, because Maggie was the answer that worked for everyone. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Chief Wiggum says this himself. The case closes and nobody goes to prison and Burns survives. And the real shooter, if the real shooter is someone other than Maggie, walks free because the perfect fall person was an infant who didn't understand what she was being accused of. The alternate ending strengthened this reading considerably. The show produced a fully animated, fully voiced alternate conclusion in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. Full production values. A complete coherent version of the story in which a different person did it. This ending was shown in the 138th episode Spectacular Clip Show, where Troy McClure dismisses it by noting that it wouldn't make sense because all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, his words, downright nutty. The phrase downright nutty is the show winking at you. It is a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which was happening in exactly the same cultural moment as this storyline. A trial in which a jury famously did not convict, in part because of contested DNA evidence. The show is telling you in a joke that works on the surface and means something underneath. Ignoring DNA evidence to reach a desired verdict is something that happens. It is something that the people with enough power and enough motivation can make happen. Springfield's police force, let's be honest with ourselves here, is not a rigorous investigative body. Chief Wiggum is not a man who has demonstrated the forensic precision and the institutional integrity required to properly process DNA evidence and build a case from it. If someone with influence over Springfield's power structure wanted the investigation to land somewhere particular, Wiggum's department is not the obstacle that would stop them. And early drafts of the episode had Barney Gumble as the shooter. A fully developed version of the plot in which a different person entirely committed the crime was abandoned by the writers before production. The answer was not predetermined by the clues. The clues were adjusted to fit whatever answer the writers eventually committed to. The mystery was engineered backward from its conclusion. The final shot of Part 2 shows Maggie alone in the room after everyone has left. She looks around carefully, checking that she's unobserved. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as confirmation. Maggie did it and she knows what she did. But a different reading is available. A baby watching an adult commit an act of violence and then later mimicking that motion is behaving like a baby. Babies observe and repeat. Babies model the behavior they witness. Maggie isn't necessarily reenacting something she did. She could be reenacting something she saw. She was there. She witnessed the shooting. She is doing what small children do with experiences they don't fully understand. She is replaying it, processing it, performing it back in a space where she feels safe. That's not a confession. That's a child remembering. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never solved. It was closed. A case file was stamped and a verdict was issued, and a baby was credited with a crime that may or may not have been hers. And in Springfield, closing a case and solving a case have always been entirely different things. Burns was shot. Someone who was not a stranger to Burns, someone Burns recognized in the moment before the gun fired, someone who used Burns's own weapon, pulled the trigger. The case was officially resolved in a way that produced no conviction, no prison sentence, and no disruption to the power structures of Springfield. The richest man in town was shot, and the investigation reached a conclusion that harmed nobody with any real power. That's not justice. That's management. And in Springfield, management and justice have always looked a lot alike from a distance. Section 5. The immortality of Mr. Burns. How old is Mr. Burns? It sounds like a simple question. It is, in fact, one of the strangest questions you can ask about any character in the history of American television. The show has been inconsistent about Burns's specific birth year, which is itself a clue. Different episodes place it in different decades of the late 19th century. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has described relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. He has reminisced about the Gilded Age not as something he learned about in school, but as something he lived through. By the most conservative reading of the show's continuity, Burns is somewhere well north of 100 years old. By less conservative readings, he could be approaching 140. And he doesn't merely exist, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with genuine strategic sophistication. He manipulates municipal politics with patience and precision that require sustained cognitive function across very long timescales. He orchestrates schemes that demand not just current cunning, but an institutional memory that spans generations. Relationships cultivated over decades, leverage accumulated slowly, information gathered and stored and deployed at exactly the right moment. His body is frail. There's no pretending otherwise. Burns is depicted as physically withered, his physical strength so negligible that he can be knocked over by a strong breeze, his frame so reduced that clothing seems to hang from him rather than fit him. But his mind, the part that matters for the kind of power he wields, is consistently depicted as razor-sharp. Burns is arguably the most intelligent character in Springfield, and Springfield, despite the jokes, contains some genuinely clever people. Burns is operating at that level at an age that should make sustained consciousness, let alone sustained strategic brilliance, a physiological impossibility. We touched on the Springfield files in the nuclear conspiracy section, but the Burns immortality question requires us to return to it in more detail, because that episode is doing something very specific. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment. This is established as fact within the show's continuity. The treatment is so extreme in its chemical and radiological demands that it causes his body to emit visible light, a green glow that emanates from his skin and is observable to others in conditions of low light. After each treatment, Burns wanders from the facility in a dazed, euphoric state. He is not fully conscious, not fully in control of his movements. He stumbles through the woods near Springfield like something that has been taken apart and imperfectly reassembled. The treatment must be administered weekly without exception. The show is explicit about this. Miss one treatment, and Burns will die. The margin is 7 days, no more. His continued survival is not a natural biological condition. It is an engineered condition maintained by the scheduled delivery of an intervention that has to be precisely calibrated and precisely timed. His life is run like a machine that requires weekly servicing. Take the machine offline for more than a week and the whole system fails. Now let's consider the disease equilibrium. This is one of the most famous scenes in the show's run, and it is played entirely for laughs, but underneath the comedy there is something medically fascinating and deeply strange. A doctor examines Burns and informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Not some diseases, not many diseases. Every single disease, all of them present in his body simultaneously, all of them competing for the same resources, all of them trying to kill him at the same time. And because they are all present at once, they create a biological stalemate. The doctor uses the analogy of 3 people trying to fit through a doorway simultaneously. Each one blocks the others, so none of them can get through. Burns's diseases are all trying to kill him simultaneously, and they're all blocking each other from doing so. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome. He says Burns is functionally indestructible because everything that should kill him is being prevented from doing so by everything else that should kill him. He is the sickest healthy person in America. This is presented as absurdist comedy, and it is, on the surface, genuinely funny. But if you accept the nuclear contamination theory, it stops being absurd and becomes something else. It becomes a description of what the weekly radiation treatments are actually doing. Burns's treatments are not curing his diseases. They are managing them. They are holding the biological gridlock in place, maintaining the precise equilibrium of competing illnesses that prevents any single condition from gaining dominance. Without the treatments, one disease would surge forward, and the gridlock would collapse and Burns would die, probably very quickly, of several simultaneous catastrophic failures. The treatments are control rods. Burns's body is a reactor. His weekly appointments are the equivalent of the adjustments that a nuclear engineer makes to prevent a runaway chain reaction. Remove the control rods and everything goes critical. This means Smithers is not simply a devoted assistant. Smithers is a life support system. Smithers manages Burns's schedule with the vigilance of a specialist managing a critical medical case. Every appointment, every obligation, every deviation from routine is tracked and assessed through the lens of what it means for Burns's continued survival. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with an obsessive attention that the show consistently plays as a character quirk, an expression of devotion that crosses into something stranger and less explicable than simple loyalty. But if you understand that Smithers knows, fully and clearly knows, that his absence means Burns misses a treatment, and Burns missing a treatment means Burns dies, then Smithers' behavior stops being inexplicably devoted and starts being rational. He is not staying because he loves Burns too much to leave. He is staying because he understands that leaving is a death sentence for the man he serves, and that knowledge has made leaving psychologically impossible. Their relationship, which the show often deploys as comic material, is built on an asymmetry of dependency that the comedy doesn't fully explore. Burns needs Smithers to stay alive. Smithers knows this. The power structure of that knowledge runs in directions that the show only hints at. Burns's connections to historical events are documented across the show's run with the same casual accumulation that marks all the show's best long-game work. He attended Yale. He served in the Second World War in a capacity that was, to say the least, morally ambiguous. He interacted personally with Howard Hughes. He had possession of a $1 trillion bill that had been given to him by the U.S. government during the war and which he kept hidden for decades. He describes the Gilded Age with the specific texture of personal experience rather than historical knowledge. His family wealth, the Burns dynasty, predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns family tree is depicted in the show as one of the oldest and most continuously powerful lineages in American history. Not merely wealthy by the standards of any particular era, but wealthy in the sense that shapes the infrastructure of a society, the kind of wealth that builds the roads and the rails, and then charges everyone else to use them. The kind of wealth that is old enough to have forgotten its own origins. Burns inherited that dynasty and has been extending it for over a century. He didn't build an empire. He took control of one that was already ancient and made it last longer. And here's the question the show raises without ever answering. Is Burns unique? Is he an anomaly? A man who through circumstance and resources stumbled onto a method of extending his life beyond any natural limit? Or does his family have a history of this? If the Burns dynasty has maintained continuous control of its fortune for centuries, across generations that history suggests should have resulted in the normal dilutions and disruptions of inheritance, then something unusual has been happening at the top of that family tree for a very long time. Normal generational succession produces drift. It produces cousins and disputes and diluted authority and changing priorities. Continuous centralized control over centuries requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary measures. The show doesn't say what those measures might have been, but it establishes clearly that Burns has found ways to extend his own life beyond any natural limit, and it establishes just as clearly that he comes from a lineage that has been doing extraordinary things with power and resources for a very long time. Before nuclear radiation, before the weekly treatments, before the pharmaceutical infrastructure that currently maintains his biological gridlock. If previous generations of the Burns family needed to extend their lives, what did they use? The show doesn't answer this, but it raises it in the architecture of what it does show and the gaps between the things it's willing to say. There is one more piece of this that deserves careful attention. Burns has come closer to dying than almost any character in the show, and he has come back every time through a mechanism that is worth distinguishing from how Homer comes back from near-fatal experiences. Homer survives because the show needs him to survive. It's a cartoon. The logic of cartoon invulnerability applies. Homer's body takes punishment that would kill any real person and recovers because the narrative requires it to recover. There's no mechanism beyond the show's own internal rules. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through money, through the specific machinery of accumulated wealth that ensures no matter what happens to his physical form, there will always be people standing by with the resources and the expertise to address it. Burns survives not because the show protects him, but because he has spent a century building a system designed to ensure his survival as the primary output. Every institution he's corrupted, every political favor he's accumulated, every doctor he's retained, every research program he's funded, All of it serves one purpose: keep Burns alive. Homer's immortality is passive. Burns's immortality is engineered. The distinction is important because it tells you something about the nature of power in Springfield. Homer can't die because the show won't let him. Burns can't die because Burns won't let himself. The first is the logic of fiction. The second is the logic of capital. And here is the piece that the show circles without quite landing on. Springfield needs Burns to be immortal. Not metaphorically, structurally. The town's economy runs on the power plant. The power plant runs on Burns's ownership and management. Burns's continued existence is a prerequisite for the continued functioning of Springfield as a community. If Burns dies, the plant could be sold, shuttered, repurposed. The town's economic engine could stop. Springfield could cease to be the thing it currently is. Burns knows this. Burns has always known this. The town's dependency on him is the deepest layer of his security. Springfield can't kill Burns because Springfield can't afford for Burns to die. And Burns can't die because dying would mean that the system he built, the system that has been poisoning the water and damaging the brains and freezing the town in a permanent, stunted present, would finally have to answer for itself. He is too expensive to die. Springfield will keep paying the bill. The bill is their water and their air and their children's health and their capacity to understand why everything feels so heavy. Burns keeps the lights on. The lights stay on, and everyone in Springfield goes to bed in the glow of a power plant that is slowly consuming them. Grateful for the electricity, not quite able to remember why the fish have 3 eyes. Section 6, Maggie Simpson, the silent genius. She doesn't talk. She doesn't walk reliably. She communicates through pacifier sounds and the occasional precisely aimed stare. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. And in those 36 years, without saying a single meaningful word, without standing up, without subsequently falling back down, without doing anything that a casual observer would describe as remarkable, Maggie Simpson has accomplished more than every other member of her family combined. She shot a billionaire. She led a rebellion of infants against an authoritarian daycare system. She has saved her family from physical danger on multiple occasions using methods that required planning, execution, and adaptive decision-making. She demonstrated problem-solving abilities in controlled settings that exceeded those of adults with full cognitive development. She was tested on at least one occasion and found to possess measured intelligence that shouldn't exist in a child who hasn't yet formed sentences. And through all of it, through every remarkable, extraordinary, and quietly world-altering thing she has ever done, she has maintained her silence. Not because she cannot speak, because she chooses not to. Let's start with the shooting, because even though we've already examined who shot Mr. Burns from the perspective of the mystery, the shooting looks different when you examine it through the lens of what it tells us about Maggie rather than about the case. Regardless of whether Maggie pulled the trigger intentionally, regardless of whether the official verdict is correct, the aftermath is what matters here. A baby was identified as the person who shot the most powerful man in Springfield. The police investigated. Evidence was examined. And the official conclusion was, yes, this infant committed an act of violence against a grown man, and there is functionally nothing that can be done about it. Chief Wiggum's exact words, let's recall them: no jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was present for this conclusion. Maggie heard this. In the show's internal logic, the town of Springfield looked at a 1-year-old and determined that she existed outside the reach of legal consequence. And then the episode ended with Maggie alone in the room, confirming no one was watching and performing the pacifier movement that mirrors a trigger pull. Set aside for a moment the question of what that gesture means. Focus instead on the sequence of behavior that precedes it. She waited until the room was empty. She checked the environment to confirm she was unobserved. And then, and only then, in the confirmed privacy of an empty room, she performed the gesture. That is not the behavior of an infant. That is not the behavior of a child who is reflexively repeating a motor pattern. That is a specific sequence of situational awareness, environmental assessment, impulse management, and strategic behavior that requires a cognitive architecture that a 1-year-old does not possess. She understood that performing this gesture in front of other people would have consequences. She chose to perform it in private. She checked that she was alone before she did it. That is the behavior of someone who knows exactly what they're doing and has decided that secrecy is the optimal strategy. Now let's look at The Longest Daycare, the 2012 theatrical short that was nominated for an Academy Award. Because if you want to understand Maggie Simpson, this is the most concentrated and unambiguous evidence of what she is. The premise, Gimaya, Maggie is dropped at a daycare facility run with the rigid efficiency of a bureaucratic institution. She encounters a caterpillar that is on the verge of pupation. She wants to protect it. Another infant, a bully the show identifies as Gerald, wants to destroy it. What follows is 7 minutes of Maggie demonstrating cognitive abilities that would be remarkable in an adult. She observes the environment systematically. She identifies threats, not just immediate threats, but potential threats, things that could become problems under certain conditions. She develops strategies that account for multiple variables simultaneously. She modifies those strategies in real time when circumstances change. She executes multi-step plans that require spatial reasoning, timing, and the ability to model other people's behavior and predict their responses. She does all of this while physically limited to the motor skills of a 1-year-old. She falls, she stumbles, she crawls when she should be running. Her body is a continuous series of physical limitations that her mind is constantly working around, compensating for, treating as problems to be solved rather than conditions to be accepted. Every choice she makes is correct. Not lucky? Correct. Not accidentally effective, but deliberately and precisely the right choice for the situation. Selected from among available options with the kind of rapid evaluation that good decision-makers spend years developing. Her intelligence isn't just high. Her intelligence is operating in a different register than anyone around her. She is not a smart baby. She is a fully formed strategic intelligence that happens to be housed in a baby's body, working with a baby's physical resources, and producing results that consistently exceed what any adult in her vicinity would manage. The show has tested her directly on at least one occasion, and the results were, depending on your reading, somewhere between off the charts and literally unmeasurable. The episode uses the standard comedic framing of the show: quick visual gag, laugh track, move on. But the implication is clear, and it is consistent with everything else the show has established about Maggie across 36 seasons. She is not a normal baby. She has never been a normal baby. Now consider her silence in this context. Maggie has been surrounded since the day she was born by her family, and her family is loud. Homer never stops talking. His speech is a continuous, largely unfiltered broadcast of whatever is passing through his brain at any given moment, delivered at full volume with no apparent internal editor. Marge worries aloud constantly, a verbal stream of concern and management, and gentle anxiety that fills the household's emotional atmosphere the way ambient sound fills a room. Bart is in perpetual, aggressive engagement with the world, talking, provoking, narrating his own mayhem with the energy of someone who has never once questioned whether his feelings required external expression. Lisa is perhaps the most verbally prolific of all. A constant lecturer, analyst, advocate, arguer, pleader, and explainer who cannot let a moment pass without subjecting it to verbal examination. The Simpson household is an ecosystem of constant noise. Everyone in it has a voice and uses it without restraint. And Maggie sits in silence, not because she can't speak. Elizabeth Taylor voiced Maggie's first word, Daddy, in what was treated as a cameo event. The word was said once. It was never repeated. Maggie has been capable of speech, at least minimally, since early in the show's run. She has simply chosen not to exercise that capability in any sustained way. The theory, and it is a theory with significant explanatory power, is that Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is a strategic decision, made consciously, maintained deliberately, by an intelligence sophisticated enough to have observed the costs and benefits of being noticed in the Simpson household and in Springfield generally, and to have concluded that being unnoticed is preferable. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Lisa is a documented genius. Lisa's IQ, on the occasions when the show has assigned it a specific number, is dramatically higher than everyone else in her immediate environment and most of Springfield's broader population. And Lisa's intelligence has been, for as long as we've known her, a source of more suffering than it has been a source of reward. Lisa speaks up and is ignored. Lisa challenges authority and is punished. Lisa tries to improve the world around her and is dismissed, mocked, worn down by the accumulated weight of a community that doesn't want to be improved by someone who hasn't even finished elementary school. Her brilliance isolates her. It marks her as different. It makes her difficult to be around for people who aren't prepared to be challenged. And in Springfield, almost no one is prepared to be challenged. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest attribute and her greatest burden because she wears it visibly. She announces herself. She says the smart thing in the room full of people who aren't interested in the smart thing, and the room responds by finding ways to make her feel small. Maggie has watched this happen since she was born. She has been sitting in her high chair or on the floor or in her stroller, watching her sister fight for recognition and receive resistance, watching the smartest person in the household be consistently and comprehensively overlooked by the people in the world around her. And Maggie drew a conclusion. Not Lisa's conclusion, which is to keep fighting regardless of the cost. The opposite conclusion. Silence is power. Invisibility is protection. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Consider the operational advantages of Maggie's position. Every time she does something remarkable, what is the family's response? They don't notice, the community doesn't notice. Burns was shot and the investigation focused on everyone with motive and access and the ability to fire a gun because who considers a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants with sufficient attention to catch them organizing. Every heroic act, every exercise of her extraordinary intelligence, every moment when Maggie changes the outcome of a situation, it happens below the detection threshold of everyone around her. She has ensured that nobody pays attention to her by maintaining the most effective cover available. She behaves exactly as everyone expects a baby to behave. Quiet, passive, dependent, unaware. She is none of those things. She has never been any of those things. Now apply the radiation theory to Maggie specifically, and something interesting emerges. If Springfield's contaminated environment is creating mutations in its residents, and if those mutations are affecting different people in different ways depending on their individual biology and their exposure profile, then Maggie and Homer represent something like opposite poles of the same phenomenon. Homer's cognitive function was reduced dramatically by a combination of environmental contamination and the physical brain damage from the crayon. The radiation on Homer took something away. On Maggie Basakie, the same environmental conditions, the same contaminated water and irradiated air, appear to have done something different. The mutation amplified rather than diminished. Where Homer's capacity for understanding was reduced, Maggie's was expanded beyond anything her developmental stage should permit. Same cause, radically different effect. They are the two poles of what Springfield's contamination does to human minds. At one end, a man who can't connect basic causes to basic effects. At the other, an infant who can plan a multi-stage covert operation from a position of apparent helplessness. The father's brain was diminished. The daughter's was supercharged. Homer and Maggie are the same radioactive coin, seen from opposite faces. If the coma theory is true, Maggie's extraordinary intelligence takes on a different and in some ways more painful coloring. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since April 1993 is a product of his unconscious mind trying to hold on to his family, then Maggie's genius is not a mutation. It is a wish. It is the most specific and most desperate wish in Homer Simpson's dreaming mind. He cannot see Maggie grow up. He cannot watch her develop, cannot hear her speak in full sentences, cannot see what kind of person she becomes. He went under before any of that could happen. All he has is the 1-year-old he last held before the vending machine fell. So, in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her age. He makes her capable of things that no real baby could do. He makes her the most competent person in the family, quietly, invisibly, always present and always capable. Because in his coma, Homer Simpson needs to believe something. He needs to believe that Maggie is going to be okay. That even without him, even if he never wakes up, his youngest child is going to be more than okay. She is going to be extraordinary. Her genius isn't a mutation. It's a father's prayer, translated into dream logic. But back in Springfield, in whatever version of Springfield is real, there is another reading, the darker one. Maggie doesn't speak because speaking gets you nothing in this town. She doesn't reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished in Springfield. She watches everything, understands everything, processes everything, and she waits. For what? The show has never told us. Maggie's endgame is the last genuinely unsolved mystery of the Simpson family because the show has never definitively established what she is capable of. We have seen glimpses, a man shot, infants organized and directed, adults confused and outmaneuvered, problems solved that adults couldn't solve. The implicit question behind all of it, what happens when Maggie decides to act in full? What does the most capable person in Springfield look like when she stops concealing herself? She is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot speak beyond isolated sounds. And she is the most dangerous thing in Springfield. Not because of what she's done, because of what she hasn't done yet, and how long she's been waiting to do it, and how carefully she's been watching, and how nobody, not one person in 36 years, has thought to ask what the baby is thinking. Behind the pacifier and the enormous eyes and the deliberate silence, something is waiting. Something is watching the family and the town and the accumulated injustices of life in a contaminated community run by a man who won't die. And that something has been watching long enough to know exactly where the weaknesses are and exactly when to move. When Maggie finally acts, Springfield won't see it coming. Nobody will. That's exactly the way she designed it. Section 1B. Extended. The weight of a floating world. Let's slow down on the floating timeline for a moment and really sit with what it means in practice, because the academic description of it, the industry term, doesn't capture what it feels like from the inside of the show's world. The floating timeline means that Homer Simpson has driven past those same cracked cooling towers every single morning for 36 years, and the towers have never aged. They crack no further. The gum patch holds indefinitely. The steam rises exactly as it always has. A perfect constant, a permanent weather system of its own creation that hovers above Springfield the way clouds hover above real towns. Except this cloud never moves, never disperses, never responds to wind or season. It is always there. It has always been there. It will always be there. Homer pulls into the parking lot, parks in the same space, walks through the same entrance, badges through the same security checkpoint that once found 342 violations and has not found a meaningful one since, and takes his seat in Sector 7G. He sits down. He may or may not be awake. He will likely eat at some point during the shift. The reactor behind the reinforced glass will do whatever it does behind reinforced glass. The day will pass. Homer will drive home. The towers will steam. And then he will do it again tomorrow, and again, for 36 years. Now think about what that looks like from inside a human life. Not from outside it, where it reads as a cartoon convenience, but from inside it, where it reads as a life. What is it to be Homer Simpson? To have occupied the same seat in the same building for the entirety of your adult life? To have been passed over and overlooked and forgotten by the man whose name is on the building for every single one of those years? To have brought your donuts and your sleeping and your complete absence of professional development to the same chair in the same room, watching the same gauges and the same lights in the same reinforced window? What is it to be trapped in a present that never becomes a past? Because that's what the floating timeline actually describes, from the perspective of the character inside it. Not a convenient narrative device, not a production choice. A life in which yesterday doesn't accumulate into anything. A life in which experience doesn't compound. A life in which you can eat 1,000 donuts and fall off 1,000 cliffs and be electrocuted and shot and run over and strangled, and you will wake up the next morning exactly as you were. Nothing sticks, nothing builds, nothing leads anywhere. And if you've been reading along tonight, if the theories have been settling in over the course of these hours, you might be noticing something. The floating timeline doesn't just describe Springfield. It describes a particular kind of suffering. The specific suffering of the person who cannot accumulate, who cannot change, who goes to work and comes home and goes to work and comes home, and the loop runs and the loop runs, and somewhere in the background the cracked towers steam and the gum holds and the fish have 3 eyes, and nobody asks why. That's not a cartoon convention. That's a condition. The question the theories are all trying to answer through their different lenses and their different evidence bases is what created the condition. What turned Springfield into a place where the normal passage of time doesn't apply? And the answer, in all its versions, points to the same source. The plant on the hill, and the man who owns it, and the decades of carefully maintained conditions that keep everything exactly as it is, exactly as Burns needs it to be, exactly as the loop requires. Now let's go one level deeper, because there's something about the floating timeline that the theories address but don't quite name, and naming it makes everything else sharper. The floating timeline is also a description of grief. When you lose someone, or when you lose something, one of the first things that grief does is freeze time at the moment of loss. The world in which the thing existed becomes fixed. The lost person stays the age they were when you last saw them. The lost place stays the size and shape it was when you last visited it. The lost moment is preserved in the specific amber of memory, impervious to the revision that living things undergo, staying exactly as it was while everything around you keeps moving. Homer's children don't age because grief freezes what it loves. This is the coma theory's deepest emotional argument. Not that Homer is unconscious, though the evidence for that is compelling, but that even if Homer were fully conscious, even if there were no coma, the specific quality of love that Homer has for his family, that desperate, unexamined, undeserved love of a man who knows he doesn't quite measure up for the people he loves most, would produce exactly this: a world where they never get older, where Bart is always 10, where Lisa always plays saxophone, where Maggie always holds the pacifier, where nothing is ever lost because nothing is ever allowed to become a past. The floating timeline is Homer's love made structural, made permanent, made into the architecture of a world. And perhaps that's why we can't let it go. Perhaps that's why, 36 years in, with the show long past any reasonable assessment of its creative peak, we're still here. Because on some level, we understand what it's doing. On some level, we recognize in the frozen timeline of Springfield something that exists in us too. The part of us that would press pause on the best moments if we could. The part that holds on to the house and the family and the Sunday evenings and the specific quality of light in a room where the people we love are still young. Springfield is that impulse made concrete. The desire to freeze time is common to everyone who has ever loved anyone. The show just built a town out of it, and living in that town has costs. The cost of not aging is not growing. The cost of the reset is not accumulating. The cost of the beautiful preservation is the inability to become anything other than what you already are. Homer is preserved at the moment, just before he understood his life. Lisa is preserved at the moment, just before the world stopped being able to disappoint her. Bart is preserved at the moment, before consequences began to compound. Maggie is preserved at the moment before she said what she has always been thinking. The family is caught in amber at the last moment before everything changed. And the amber never lets go. That's the cost of living in a loop that never breaks. There's also the matter of what the floating timeline does to the audience's relationship with the show. And this is worth exploring because it's one of the more psychologically interesting aspects of a phenomenon that doesn't get discussed very much. When you watch a show for 36 years and the characters in that show never age, something interesting happens to you as a viewer. You age. The show doesn't. The distance between you and the characters shifts in one direction only. You were 8 when you first watched Lisa Simpson. Now you're 40, and Lisa is still 8. You have had more experiences of being human than Lisa has been allowed to have, despite watching her for 36 years. You have graduated and worked and loved and lost, and made mistakes, and learned from them, and made them again, and found your way through things that Lisa has never had to face because Lisa's world is frozen at a point before any of that can happen to her. This creates a specific and unusual emotional dynamic. The characters you grew up watching have become, in a sense, your children. Not literally, not in any way that embarrasses you if examined too closely, but in the sense that you have watched them for longer than they have had to grow, and you have grown past them, and now they are younger than you in a way that they weren't when you started. Lisa was older than you once, or felt older, because she knew things about music and books and the world that you hadn't learned yet. Now she's a child you used to know, preserved exactly as she was, held in the specific amber of a show that refuses to let her become what you've become. The floating timeline creates the conditions for a peculiar kind of nostalgia. Not nostalgia for the characters themselves. Nostalgia for the version of yourself that first met them. When you watch a current episode of The Simpsons and see the same house on Evergreen Terrace, the same family on the same couch, you are seeing not just Springfield, but a reflection of the specific moment in your own life when Springfield entered your world. You are seeing evidence that that moment was real. That you existed then, that the world was what it was then, that the people you watched television with, wherever you were there. The family on the screen never changes. The fact that you can watch it means the moment you first watched it, it still exists somewhere, in the amber of memory, in the loop of a timeline that never quite lands. Maybe that's the deepest answer to why we can't let the show go. Not because Springfield is fascinating, though it is. Not because the theories are compelling, though they are. But because as long as the show is running, as long as the loop is maintained, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is driving past those cooling towers, we have evidence that a part of us is still back there too. Watching. Young. Not yet knowing what was coming. And the steam rises from the towers and the fish have 3 eyes. And the loop runs. Section 2B. Extended. The anatomy of complicity. Let's return to the nuclear conspiracy and examine something that the surface reading of it tends to gloss over. The specific mechanisms of complicity. Not just Burns's guilt, which is well established, but the way the entire community participates in maintaining the conditions of its own poisoning. Because Burns couldn't do any of this alone. One man, however wealthy, however persistent, however comprehensively ruthless, cannot poison an entire town and keep it poisoned for 36 years without cooperation. He needs a mayor who looks the other way. He needs a police chief who finds other things to investigate. He needs a medical establishment that attributes the symptoms to other causes. He needs a school system that doesn't teach children to ask certain questions. He needs neighbors who normalize what they observe. He needs a safety inspector who fails at his job with perfect consistency. Every one of those roles is filled in Springfield. Filled with people who are, individually, not villains, not conspirators, not people who made explicit choices to harm their community. They are people who are doing what the system around them rewards and avoiding what the system punishes. They are, in other words, behaving rationally within the incentive structures that have been constructed around them. Mayor Quimby is corrupt in the specific way that elected officials in single-industry towns tend to be corrupt. Dependent on the economic engine that employs his constituents, unwilling to bite the hand that feeds the town, aware that his political survival depends on maintaining the conditions that maintain the plant's operation. He doesn't need to be explicitly on Burns's payroll, though he may be. He just needs to understand what would happen to Springfield's economy, and therefore to his political career, if he started asking hard questions about the cracked cooling towers. Chief Wiggum is incompetent in the specific way that law enforcement in company towns tends to be incompetent. Underfunded by a municipal government that is itself beholden to the company, unable to attract or retain the kind of talent that might develop genuine investigative capability, navigating a political environment where certain investigations are implicitly understood to be unwelcome. He doesn't need to be told not to investigate Burns. He needs only to understand that investigations of Burns are complicated, while investigations of other things are not. The medical establishment in Springfield is a particularly interesting case. Dr. Nick Riviera operates a practice so comprehensively negligent that it should have been shuttered by licensing authorities long ago. Yet it continues. Dr. Hibbert, the more respectable of Springfield's named physicians, is capable of diagnosing the Three Stooges syndrome in burns, with apparent understanding of what it means, and then moving on without any apparent concern about the environmental implications of a patient who has every known disease simultaneously. Springfield's doctors operate in an environment where the correct diagnosis of what is happening to their patients would point toward the same uncomfortable source. Maybe they know. Maybe the radiation theory is not a theory to Springfield's medical community, but a professional understanding that has been quietly absorbed and as quietly set aside, because the implications of acting on it would require challenging a man who has more resources and more reach and more patience for retribution than any individual physician in a small town can match. The teachers at Springfield Elementary work in a building whose budget was gutted by Burns's oil theft. They teach children who are, according to the theory, cognitively impaired by environmental contamination. They are aware at some level that their students learn more slowly, retain less, make connections with less facility than students at schools outside Springfield. And they teach anyway, because there are children in front of them, and children need teaching. And the alternative to teaching compromised children is not teaching children who are not compromised. It is not teaching at all. The people of Springfield are complicit in their own poisoning, not because they chose it, but because the choices available to them within the system Burns built do not include the choice to not be poisoned. Every road out of the poisoning leads through Burns. Every challenge to the plant leads through the economic dependency that the plant created. Every attempt to see clearly is filtered through the neurological damage that prevents seeing clearly. The genius of what Burns built, and it is a form of genius even if it is the most malevolent possible kind, is that it eliminated the conditions under which resistance could form. By poisoning the cognitive capacity of the population before anyone was old enough to understand it was happening, he ensured that the population would never develop the mental architecture required to see the full scope of what was done to them. Springfield is not a place where people chose passivity in the face of harm. Springfield is a place where the capacity for active resistance was removed before the population understood that resistance was possible or necessary. And every person in Springfield who participates in maintaining the status quo, from the mayor to the safety inspector to the doctor, who notes his patient has every disease and moves on, is acting rationally within a system that has been optimized to make maintaining the status quo the rational choice. That is the anatomy of complicity. That is what the nuclear conspiracy theory, taken seriously, reveals about how institutional harm actually sustains Maz itself. Not through explicit agreement, not through villainous scheming, through the accumulation of rational choices made within irrational systems, each one small and defensible in itself, all of them together producing something unconscionable. Homer going to work at the plant is rational. Homer's work makes the plant possible. The plant's possibility makes the poisoning possible. The poisoning makes Homer's continued employment at the plant rational. The loop closes. The loop runs. And somewhere in that loop, at every level of it, a person is making the best choice they can within the options available to them. And the best choice available to them is the choice that keeps the loop running. There is one more dimension of the nuclear conspiracy that deserves attention, and it connects to something that the show has been doing in its visual design for 36 years that most viewers have accepted without examination. The yellow skin. Every resident of Springfield is yellow. Not a realistic human yellow, not the warm amber of tanned skin or the cool olive of Mediterranean complexion. A flat, uniform, cartoon yellow that covers every Springfield resident with the same saturating consistency that you'd use to color a drawing with a single marker. The standard explanation is that this is an animation choice. Matt Groening has said that he chose yellow for the character's skin color so that if a viewer were flipping through channels and briefly landed on The Simpsons, the unusual skin color would immediately identify the show. The yellow is a branding decision, a visual signature. This is true. It is also, within the show's own universe, something else. When was the last time you saw a real human being who was yellow? Jaundice produces a yellow discoloration of the skin. It is caused by elevated bilirubin levels, which can result from liver dysfunction, from hemolytic anemia, from certain infections. It is a medical symptom. It indicates something wrong in the body's processing of waste products. It indicates that the system that should be eliminating certain byproducts is not eliminating them efficiently, that they are building up in the body and expressing themselves through the skin. Springfield's residents are yellow, all of them, uniformly, with the consistency of a condition that affects the whole population rather than individuals. The radiation theory doesn't need to explain the yellow skin as a metaphor. It can explain it as a literal medical phenomenon. Chronic exposure to the specific chemical byproducts of nuclear contamination over sufficient duration and at sufficient concentration, producing the kind of systemic effects that would express themselves through changes in skin coloration across an entire exposed population. The show tells you the yellow skin is an art style. The theory says the art style might be pointing at something the show is not quite willing to name directly. The characters are yellow because the show decided they should be yellow. The characters are yellow because the people of Springfield have been absorbing the output of a leaking nuclear facility for their entire lives. Both things can be true simultaneously. The art style is a choice. The choice is also evidence. The visual language of the show is carrying a message that the dialogue never quite delivers. Look at the yellow. Look at the four fingers. Look at the bulging eyes and the overbites and the hair that defies physics. Look at all of the ways that the residents of Springfield don't look like people look. And then look at the plant on the hill. Look at the steam. Look at the cracked towers. Look at the gum. And consider whether what you're seeing is a stylistic choice or a diagnosis written in the only language that 36 years of primetime television would allow. Section 3B. Extended. The dream within the dream. There's a version of the coma theory that goes deeper than the standard formulation, and it's the version that makes the show feel strangest and most beautiful when you sit with it long enough. The standard coma theory says, Homer went under in 1993, and everything since then has been his dream. But the deeper version says something more specific about what kind of dream it is and what function it serves. A coma is not sleep. Sleep produces dreams that are random, chaotic, largely disconnected from intentional thought. A coma, in the cases where the person inside it remains, in any sense, cognitively active, produces something different. It produces a kind of sustained imaginative state that has more narrative coherence than a dream, more continuity, more purpose. The brain is not just generating random imagery. It is holding something. It is rehearsing something. It is working through something that the waking state interrupted before it could be resolved. For Homer Simpson, the thing that was interrupted is simple. He was in the middle of being a husband and a father. He was in the middle of a life that was not going very well by most external measures. A life with a job he was bad at, and a salary that barely covered the expenses, and a father he couldn't talk to, and a past he didn't understand. But a life that had in it the three best things he had ever found. Marge, who loved him in the specific and inexplicable way that some people love people who don't quite deserve it. Bart, who was infuriating and wonderful in equal measure and who was undeniably, irreversibly his. And Lisa, who was better than him in every way that mattered, and who he was desperately, helplessly proud of even when she exasperated him. And Maggie, who was so new and so small and so completely dependent, and for whom the future was entirely open. The coma interrupted that. The coma took Homer out of the middle of it and into the darkness, and his brain, in the darkness, did what it needed to do. It continued the story. Not because the brain had to, not because some involuntary process requires dreaming minds to keep generating narrative, but because Homer needed to finish something. He needed to see how things turned out. He needed to stay with his family for as long as there was anything of his mind capable of holding them. So the dream generates, episode after episode, season after season. Homer in space, Homer meeting presidents. Homer doing things the real Homer never could have done and surviving things the real Homer never could have survived. The dream becomes increasingly disconnected from the laws of the real world, Because the real world is increasingly irrelevant. The dream is not trying to simulate reality. The dream is trying to hold a family together, past the point where holding is possible. This is why the show has become, over the decades, simultaneously more surreal in its plots and more emotionally consistent in its core relationships. The external world of the show, the plots, the guest appearances, the escalating implausibilities, becomes less and less anchored to anything recognizable. The internal world of the show, the family, the specific way Homer and Marge love each other, the specific frustration and tenderness between Homer and Bart, the specific pride and bafflement between Homer and Lisa, stays remarkably consistent. The dream knows what matters. The dream is willing to let the external world become whatever it needs to become, to let the plots get as strange as they need to get. As long as the core of it, the family on the couch, the house on Evergreen Terrace, the specific irreplaceable there-ness of these four people stays intact. And this is also maybe why the show never ends. Why there's always another season, always another episode, always another story for the Simpson family to move through and then recover from. Because the dream won't let it end. Because the dream knows that ending means waking up, and waking up means what it means. Homer's coma isn't a plot device, it's a love story. The most patient, most sustained, most quietly devastating love story in the history of American television. A man who fell asleep in a hospital bed in April 1993 and refused, for 32 years and counting, to stop dreaming about his family. Because in the dream, they're all still there. They're all still young. The house is still standing. The beer is still cold. The couch still holds all of them. And that is worth staying asleep for. Worth staying asleep forever. Now here's the part of the coma theory that the standard formulation doesn't address, the part that keeps me up at night more than anything else in it. What does it mean for Marge? In the real world, if the coma theory is true, Marge Simpson has been sitting beside her husband's hospital bed in Springfield General for 32 years. The children have been growing up in real time, aging out of the age Homer dreams them to be, becoming teenagers and then adults while Homer keeps them as 10 and 8 and 1. Marge has been waiting for a man who, in his dream, is having adventure after adventure, meeting celebrities and saving the town, and failing spectacularly and recovering perfectly. Marge in the real world doesn't know what Homer is dreaming. Marge in the real world just knows that the man she loves is somewhere behind his eyes and she cannot reach him. And every single loving thing that Marge does in the dream, every act of patience with Homer's failures, every choice to stay when leaving would be easier, every expression of the specific, long-suffering love that defines her character is actually Homer's best guess at what Marge would do. His unconscious mind's interpretation of how the woman he loves would behave if the circumstances of the dream were real. Homer has been dreaming Marge for 32 years. The Marge in the dream is not Marge. The Marge in the dream is Homer's understanding of Marge, filtered through the specific fog of his injury and his love. She is both more patient and more forgiving than real people tend to be because Homer, in his dream, needs her to be. He cannot sustain a dream in which his wife leaves him. He cannot sustain a dream in which the family falls apart. So the dream makes Marge the person who stays. Always. The person for whom leaving is never quite the answer, no matter how much Homer gives her reason to consider it. Is that an accurate portrayal of Marge? Or is that a coma patient's fantasy of the woman who is sitting beside his bed, the idealized version of her, the version his damaged brain could hold? Maybe both. Maybe the real Marge is there, in the hospital, beside the bed, still waiting. And maybe the dreamed Marge, the one who has been patient with Homer for 32 years of increasingly improbable circumstances, is the truest expression of what the real Marge is doing every day she shows up at that hospital, waiting, being patient, staying. Because she decided a long time ago that Homer was worth staying for. And in his dream, he honors that decision the only way he can, by making her the heart of everything, by making her the thing without which Springfield doesn't hold together, by making her the reason the family survives everything, resets everything, returns to the couch again and again and again. In the dream, Marge is what Marge actually is, the ground everything else grows from. And Homer, unconscious in a bed in a hospital that Springfield tries to forget exists, keeps dreaming her, keeps holding her in the fragile architecture of his damaged mind, keeps choosing in every episode to let the loop run one more time so he can see her again. Section 5B. Extended. The Philosophy of Burns. Mr. Burns is the oldest character in Springfield, and his longevity gives him a perspective on the human condition that no one else in the show possesses. Consider what it means to have watched the 20th century from beginning to end, to have been present for both world wars, for the Depression, for the birth of the nuclear age and the space age and the information age. To have watched the country that you built your fortune in transform from something barely recognizable to what it is now. To have outlasted every contemporary, every rival, every political arrangement, every economic orthodoxy that defined the eras you moved through. Burns remembers a world in which the accumulation of the kind of wealth he possesses was not just legally permissible but socially celebrated, in which the men who built industrial infrastructure were treated as heroes of progress, in which the externalized costs of that industry, the pollution, the labor conditions, the community damage, were not costs at all in any official accounting. He remembers the Gilded Age not as something to be ashamed of, but as something to be nostalgic for. And he has watched the world change around that memory. The regulations tightening, then loosening, then tightening again. The public sentiment shifting, then shifting back. The legal landscape evolving in ways that occasionally complicate his operations without ever fundamentally threatening them. Because Burns understands something that most people who have lived a normal human lifespan don't have enough time to learn. The systems that are supposed to constrain power are cyclical. They tighten and loosen like breathing. And if you live long enough, if you can outlast enough cycles, the system will always return to something you can work with. You just have to survive long enough. This is the deepest insight of the immortality theory. Burns's greatest strategic advantage is not his wealth, or his connections, or his intelligence, or his ruthlessness, though all of those matter. His greatest advantage is time. He has more of it than anyone else. He can wait out any inconvenience. He can watch any alliance crumble and any reform movement fade, and any threatening politician retire or die or become compromised. He can play a longer game than any opponent because he will still be playing when every current opponent has left the board. The weekly treatments are not just keeping Burns alive, they are keeping him in the game. Every dose buys him another week of competitive advantage over every mortal rival. And the competitors, the politicians and regulators and journalists and activists who might at any given moment represent a genuine threat to his position, are all mortal. They all have finite amounts of time and energy and political capital to spend on the project of holding Burns accountable. They burn through that capital, they age, they move on to other concerns, they die. And Burns is still there. Still in the same office, still watching the same town from the same window. Time is Burns's resource. The treatments are his means of accessing it. And the plant which funds the treatments, which fund the research, which maintains the medical infrastructure that produces the treatments, is the machine that generates the resource. Burns keeps the plant running because the plant keeps Burns alive. Burns stays alive because the plant needs Burns to stay alive to keep running. The loop is perfect. The loop is the whole game. There's a question that the show raises implicitly through Burns's existence, a question that gets more pointed the longer the show runs. What does it do to a person to live that long? Not physically. Physically, the treatments answer that, however imperfectly. But cognitively, emotionally, psychologically. What does a century of continuous consciousness produce in a person? What does it do to your sense of time, to your sense of consequence, to your relationship with other people who are going to die on a schedule that you have transcended? Burns's answer seems to be, it produces contempt. Not the hot contempt of recent offense, but the cool contempt of someone who has simply seen too many iterations of human weakness to be surprised by it anymore. Burns has watched enough cycles of the same patterns, enough generations of the same errors, enough repetitions of the same compromises and betrayals and small cruelties and large ones, to have lost the faculty for being genuinely surprised by any of it. He's not cruel for the pleasure of cruelty. He's cruel the way that very old things are cruel, casually, habitually, without particular investment in the outcome. He knows Homer's name will slip his mind again. He knows Springfield will forget again. He knows the next reform effort will fail the way the last one did. He has no interest in the specific texture of this cycle's failure because he can already see several cycles ahead of it to the point where everything is back to the way it always was. Burns is the only character in Springfield who has fully internalized the floating timeline because he has been living a version of it voluntarily for decades. He knows that Springfield resets because Springfield always resets. He relies on it. He built his operation on it. The town's inability to accumulate memory and consequence is not an unexpected benefit of his contamination strategy. It is the feature he was counting on when he decided not to fix the cracked cooling towers. He reset the town before the town knew it was being reset. That is the genius. That is the plan. Not a plan that could be articulated in a boardroom. Not a plan that was designed in one sitting. A plan that grew over a century of careful observation, of learning what the human mind does under conditions of chronic, low-level harm, of discovering through practice the point at which exposure becomes impairment, and impairment becomes the kind of compliance that can be relied upon. Burns didn't start out knowing this. He learned it. Over 100 years of watching, he learned what a population needs to become before it becomes manageable. And now Springfield is what he learned it into. A town of people who are doing their best with what they have, not knowing that what they have is the product of a calculation made before most of them were born. Section 4B. Extended. The Burns shooting. Every suspect examined. We established the broad contours of the Burns shooting mystery earlier. Now let's go deeper. Let's do what the Springfield police should have done. Examine every suspect individually, apply the available evidence, and see where the logic actually leads. Start with Homer. Homer had the strongest personal motive of anyone in Springfield, not in the abstract political sense of being affected by Burns's sun-blocking scheme, though he was. In the specific, personal, long-accumulated sense of a man who has been psychologically diminished for years by the experience of being unknown by the man he works for. Burns calling Homer by the wrong name, Burns failing to recognize Homer in the hallway, Burns consistently demonstrating that the man who has worked for him in Sector 7G for years is as invisible to him as a piece of equipment, is something the show returns to repeatedly because it matters. Homer's identity, his sense of himself as a person who exists and matters, is not robust. We know this. His entire personality structure is organized around the wound of feeling unloved and unrecognized. A wound that traces back to Mona's absence but expresses itself throughout his daily life in his desperate need to be seen and acknowledged by the people around him. He collects the moments when people acknowledge him. He is visibly hurt when they don't. Burns's inability to remember Homer's name is, on one level, a running joke about a cartoon billionaire's contempt for the people who work for him. On another level, it is a systematic daily confirmation of Homer's deepest fear, that he doesn't matter, that he could be replaced, that the 20 or 30 or however many years he has been sitting in that chair could be erased without anyone noticing. By the time Burns has stolen the sun, by the time Homer is sitting in the town meeting with every other person who has been wronged by Burns's scheme, that accumulated weight has reached something close to a breaking point. Homer is not a person who acts decisively or violently as a general rule, but Homer is a person who can reach a point where the normal inhibitions fail. The show has depicted this. Homer in a rage is a different creature than Homer in the ordinary course of his day, and the rage that Burns has been stoking in Homer for years is not nothing. Homer's fingerprints are on the gun. The DNA eyelash points to a Simpson. Homer had motive and had proximity and had, theoretically, the opportunity. But here's the argument against Homer as the shooter that the show never quite makes explicit. Homer, despite everything, is afraid of Burns. Not the healthy fear of someone respecting institutional power. The specific fear of a man who has spent his working life in the presence of someone who doesn't acknowledge his existence and has come to interpret that non-acknowledgement as a form of threat. Burns's indifference to Homer is experienced by Homer, on some level, as a power being exercised over him. The act of shooting Burns would require Homer to stop being afraid of Burns, to step across a psychological threshold that his entire relationship with Burns has been reinforcing since he took the job. Homer could snap. Homer has snapped before, but Homer snapping and Homer picking up a gun and shooting his employer require two different things, and the second requires something that the first might not produce. Now, Marge. The case for Marge is, in some ways, more structurally sound than the case for Homer, precisely because Marge is the kind of person who does not act impulsively. She thinks. She considers. She sits with her feelings before expressing them, often for much longer than is healthy. The Marge who would shoot someone would be a Marge who had spent a long time arriving at the conclusion that shooting was necessary, and who, having arrived at that conclusion, would act without the kind of emotional escalation that tends to produce errors. Marge watched Burns destroy her children's school. She watched Burns injure her dog. She watched Burns bankrupt her friend Mo. She watched Burns block the sun over the town where her children live. These are not abstract political grievances. These are specific personal harms to specific things she loves. Each one a piece of evidence in a case that was building over time. Burns fell in love with Marge. The episode that establishes this is treated as a comic subplot, but the emotional reality of it is that Burns, who rarely demonstrates any capacity for genuine human attachment, experienced something in Marge's vicinity that he interpreted as love. Whether it was love in any meaningful sense or simply the billionaire's impulse to acquire whatever he sees that he wants is unclear. But the attachment was real enough that the show treated it as a character development for Burns. If Marge shot Burns, the question is not why Burns would protect her. The question is why he wouldn't. A man who loved Marge would not want to be the person who put Marge in jail. A man who loved Marge would choose, in the moment of identifying his shooter, to do the thing that protected her. And the thing that protected her, the cleanest and most convenient thing available, was to point at the sundial with hands that had fallen there accidentally, to let the investigation follow the only lead that pointed at someone who could never be convicted. A baby. The theory doesn't require Burns to be noble, it requires him to want Marge to be free. And wanting Marge to be free is entirely consistent with what the show established about Burns's feelings for her. Now, Smithers. The fully animated alternate ending, the one shown in the 138th episode Spectacular, makes Smithers the shooter. And the dismissal of that ending by Troy McClure in the clip show is itself suspicious. He notes that the DNA evidence would have to be ignored, and he calls this downright nutty. The O.J. Simpson trial reference lands differently now. He's not just making a joke. He's pointing at the mechanism by which the official verdict was constructed and maintained. DNA evidence can point anywhere the investigation needs it to point, if the investigation is under sufficient pressure to reach a particular conclusion. Smithers had just been fired. He had dedicated his life to Burns with a thoroughness that bordered on self-erasure, and Burns had dismissed him on the spot when Smithers objected to the sun-blocking scheme. The emotional devastation of that firing, for a person whose entire identity was organized around his devotion to Burns, would have been profound. Smithers is not a violent person, but Smithers in the specific, acute moment of having been rejected by the only person whose approval he organized his life around is not the same person as Smithers in any other context. The problem with Smithers as the shooter is that his confession, which comes early in Part 2, falls apart when the evidence doesn't match. He was drunk. He shot Jasper's leg. He wasn't in the right place at the right time. Unless that alibi was constructed, unless Smithers' blackout was real but his memory of shooting the wrong person was implanted or confused, unless the evidence of his innocence was as manufactured as the evidence of Maggie's guilt. This is the version that requires the most elaborate conspiratorial scaffolding, but it's not impossible within the logic of a town that has made truth illegal and chosen comfortable fiction before. Now consider the people who were definitely at the meeting and who had weapons and who are never seriously examined. Groundskeeper Willie. Willie had just lost his job due to Burns's destruction of the school budget. Willie is physically capable of violence in ways that most Springfield residents are not. Willie has expressed rage at Burns's actions in specific and concrete terms. And Willie, as a background character, receives almost no investigative attention. The retired version of Sideshow Bob, if he happened to be in town. One of the other numerous Springfield residents who had sustained specific named losses because of Burns's scheme. The investigation focused on Homer because Homer is the protagonist. The show needed its protagonist to be implicated in order to generate the maximum narrative tension for the reveal. The investigation was not following the evidence to its logical conclusion. The investigation was following the protagonist to the most dramatically useful point, and then finding a resolution that exonerated the protagonist without charging anyone with any actual power. Maggie is the resolution that serves everyone. She cannot be convicted. She cannot testify against herself. She cannot provide an alternative account. She cannot grow up and recant. She is the perfect repository for a crime that the show needed to close without closing. And 30 years later, the case is still technically solved. Burns is alive. A baby was named. Justice, in the specific Springfield sense of the word, was served, which is to say, it was managed. Section 6. B. Extended. Maggie and the language of silence. There's something that Maggie's silence does to the people around her that is worth examining carefully, because it speaks to something larger about how Springfield processes intelligence. When a person speaks, they make themselves available for assessment. You can hear what they think. You can form opinions about those thoughts. You can decide how much weight to give their perspective, whether to take them seriously, whether to challenge them or defer to them or ignore them. Speech is exposure. It makes the person behind it legible in ways that silence does not. Maggie, by choosing silence, chooses illegibility. No one in Springfield can assess what she thinks, because she doesn't say what she thinks. No one can dismiss her perspective because she doesn't offer her perspective to be dismissed. She exists in a state of perpetual interpretive ambiguity, and that ambiguity is her armor. Compare this to Lisa, who expresses everything. Lisa's intelligence is fully visible. Her opinions are fully articulate. Her assessments of situations are thorough, well-reasoned, and delivered with the confidence of someone who has done the work and believes in her conclusions. And the result is that Springfield always knows exactly where Lisa is, always knows what she thinks, always knows precisely how to respond to her in the way that requires the least engagement with the substance of what she's saying. The usual response is dismissal, sometimes mockery, sometimes a brief moment of acknowledgement followed by rapid reversion to the previous status quo. Lisa speaks, and the world receives her speech and finds ways not to change in response to it. Maggie has watched this happen. Maggie has been watching it since birth. And what she has learned is that the problem is not with what Lisa says. Lisa says true things. Lisa's intelligence is genuine. The problem is that saying true things makes you visible, and visibility in Springfield makes you a target for exactly the mechanisms of resistance that the town deploys against anything that threatens the comfortable life. So Maggie doesn't say true things. Maggie says nothing. And in the space that silence creates, she does the true things, quietly, invisibly, below the detection threshold of everyone who is busy watching Lisa argue. The shooting is the most dramatic expression of this, but it is not the most interesting one. The most interesting expression is quieter and more sustained. The way Maggie, across 36 seasons, consistently shows up in the background of situations and does small, decisive things that change outcomes, and then disappears back into the landscape before anyone has time to notice. She removes obstacles. She provides solutions. She arrives in the frame at exactly the right moment and performs exactly the action that the situation requires, and then returns to her position as the baby in the background, sucking on the pacifier, watching with those enormous eyes, waiting for the next opportunity. She is operating a long game, a game with a timeline that we can see only fragments of. A game whose final move the show has never revealed, because the show has never been willing to show us Maggie in full. What would it mean to see Maggie in full? What would it mean for Maggie to stop hiding and act with the complete deployment of everything she is? The show offers one glimpse of the future. In flash-forward episodes, older Maggie is occasionally depicted as someone extraordinary, someone whose trajectory the show treats as genuinely remarkable without specifying what that trajectory contains. She is, in every imagined future version of herself, someone who matters in ways that even the most optimistic projections of Lisa's future don't quite match. Because Lisa's intelligence is visible. It has been visible for 36 years. It has been challenged and resisted and worn down and accommodated and dismissed. And whatever Lisa becomes, she becomes having run that gauntlet, having been seen all along, having had her capabilities assessed and assigned their appropriate weight by a world that was never quite ready for her. Maggie's intelligence has never been assessed, has never been tested against the resistance of a world that doesn't want to be improved, has never been worn down or compromised or accommodated into something smaller than it started as. Maggie has been invisible, and invisible things don't get worn down. They accumulate. What has Maggie been accumulating for 36 years of watching? Everything. She has been watching Homer make the same mistakes and survive them. She has been watching Lisa fight and lose and fight again. She has been watching Burns exercise his power and watching the mechanisms by which that power maintains itself. She has been watching the contamination and the denial and the conspiracy and the coma, all of it from a position that nobody else has occupied, the position of someone who understands everything and has no obligation to respond to any of it. Maggie knows where every body is buried, metaphorically. She knows how every system works and why every system fails, and what would have to change for any of it to be different. She knows because she has been watching without interruption since 1989. And she has said nothing. Not one word. Not a sentence, not a hint. When Maggie speaks, when she finally decides that the time for silence has passed and the time for something else has arrived, what comes out will be the accumulated intelligence of 36 years of watching a contaminated, dreaming, denying, looping town from a position of complete invisibility. That is not going to be quiet. That is not going to be polite. That is not going to be something Springfield will be able to manage. Whatever Maggie says, whenever she says it, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will. That's exactly how she designed it. Section 7B. Extended. The history of Mona. Activist, exile, GHO-ST. Let's linger on Mona Simpson longer because the episode that reveals her story is one of the most carefully constructed pieces of television the show ever produced. And there are layers in it that reward extended attention. Mother Simpson aired in November 1995. It was written by Richard Appel and directed by David Silverman. The episode is unusual in the show's history for a number of reasons, but the most significant is the final image. Homer sitting on the hood of his car at night, after Mona has fled again, watching the stars, and the camera holding on him for a sustained moment before the episode ends without a joke. No cutaway, no gag, no reset. Just Homer, alone, and the night sky, and the wait of 27 years. That image is extraordinary in the context of The Simpsons. The show has almost never ended an episode with pure, unmediated sadness. The formula is always the emotional moment, then the joke that deflates it, then the credits. The formula exists because the formula works. It protects the audience from having to fully feel the thing the show just made them feel. It gives them an exit. There is no exit at the end of Mother Simpson. You sit with Homer on the car and you feel it. Now think about why the show was willing to do this for this specific story. Mona's story is, at its core, a story about what it costs to fight people with power. She saw something that was wrong. She had the courage and the conviction to do something about it. She took a real risk and achieved a real result, destroying Burns's biological weapons lab and eliminating whatever threat it posed. She did a thing that was good, that protected people, that required genuine bravery. And the cost was her entire life. Not her physical life, not immediately, but everything else. Her marriage in any real sense, her unborn son, her identity, her ability to exist as herself in any community. 27 years as a fugitive, living under assumed names, moving constantly, unable to put down roots or form lasting relationships, or be in the world as who she was. All of that in exchange for one successful act of resistance against one man's biological weapons program. The show doesn't make the calculation explicit, but it makes you feel it. It makes you sit with the specific, terrible arithmetic of what it costs to be right in a world where the wrong people have power. Mona was right. Burns was doing something genuinely harmful. She stopped it, and she paid for it with everything she had. Burns, meanwhile, paid nothing. Burns was inconvenienced. Burns watched his weapons lab get destroyed and then, as Burns always does, turned the inconvenience into a resource. He used the identification of Mona as leverage for a decades-long grudge that served as both punishment for her defiance and deterrent to anyone else who might consider defiance. The message the show delivers through Mona's story, delivered without quite stating it. The people who fight against institutional power tend to lose everything. The institution absorbs the fight, neutralizes the threat, and then uses the energy of the resistance to make itself stronger. The fighter is depleted and displaced and eventually destroyed. The institution continues. This is not a cynical message. It is an honest one. And the show earns the right to deliver it by showing you what Mona paid and still honoring what she did. She was right. She was brave. She made a difference, at least in the short term. And it destroyed her life. The episode doesn't tell you that fighting was wrong. It tells you that fighting is costly. That the cost is real and specific and not abstract. That the people who bear the cost are real people with families they love and lives they lose. Homer is the person who pays the secondary cost. The cost that flows from Mona's cost. Homer didn't fight Burns. Homer didn't do anything that warranted being broken. Homer was simply the child of someone who did, and the costs of other people's bravery and other people's cruelty found their way to him anyway, the way costs always do, along the lines of connection that tie one life to another. This is also true of Bart and Lisa and Maggie. Grandchildren of Mona's bravery, great beneficiaries, in a sense, of her activism, living in a Springfield that would be biologically more dangerous if Mona hadn't destroyed that lab. But also the people who grew up in a family shaped by the absence of the grandmother they never knew. The grandmother who existed only as a ghost in their parents' and grandparents' silences. The grandmother whose story they didn't know until Homer was an adult man sitting in a cemetery. 3 generations. 1 grudge. 1 billionaire with the resources and the patience to make the grudge outlast its original subject. Burns's pursuit of Mona is one of the longest sustained acts of personal cruelty in the show's history, precisely because it is conducted with such little visible emotion. Burns doesn't rage at Mona. He doesn't obsess over her visibly. He simply, whenever she comes to his attention, contacts the authorities. Cold. Bureaucratic. The specific cruelty of someone who has converted personal grievance into systematic process. That is how long-term power hurts people. Not through dramatic violence, through systems, through the phone call made to the FBI, through the deal made with Grandpa, through the arrangement that keeps Homer in Sector 7G for the rest of his working life, not as punishment, but as management. Homer is not being punished for what Mona did. Homer is being managed. He is being kept in a position where he is useful and harmless, where his presence at the plant continues to serve its function, where the decades of accumulated trust that Abe's deal purchased continue to pay dividends. Burns probably doesn't think about Homer often. Burns probably doesn't think about Mona often. They are pieces of a board that he set up long ago and has not needed to actively manage for years. The pieces stay where they are. The board maintains its configuration. The game continues without requiring his direct attention. That is, finally, the most frightening thing about Burns. Not his active malevolence, but his passive maintenance. The harms he does through action are finite. The harms he does through the systems he built and then left running are indefinite. They continue without him. They require no attention. They are self-sustaining. Springfield runs itself. The contamination continues without Burns having to order it. The denial maintains itself without Burns having to enforce it. The damage accumulates without Burns having to inflict it. He built the machine. The machine runs. And Mona fought the machine once and lost everything. And Homer works for the machine and doesn't know it's the machine, and the children grow up inside the machine's output, yellow and bright and four-fingered, asking why. The final image of Mother Simpson holds because it has to. There is no joke available that is large enough to contain what the episode said. Homer on the hood of his car, looking at the stars, is the show having the decency to not pretend that a joke fixes it. Some things don't get fixed. Some costs stay paid. Some absences stay absent. The stars don't move. Homer watches them. And somewhere out there, Mona runs. Section 8b. Extended. What denial costs? The Principal and the Pauper is about a lie and a vote, but it is also about what it costs a community to choose comfortable fiction over uncomfortable truth, and those costs are more interesting than the initial shock of the plot reveals. When Springfield votes to maintain Tamzarian as Skinner and exile the real Skinner, the immediate cost is obvious. An innocent man loses his identity. A war hero who survived captivity in Southeast Asia, who came home after decades to reclaim his life, is instead physically removed from that life by judicial decree. But the secondary costs are subtler and more interesting. Springfield just established that identity is mutable, that it can be voted on, that the community's agreement about who you are is more legally binding than the actual facts of who you are. This is not a principle that can be contained to a single application. It is a precedent. And Springfield, which has always had an implicit operating principle along these lines, now has an explicit legal framework for it. Anyone whose true identity conflicts with Springfield's preferred narrative of them can theoretically be subjected to the same process. Anyone who insists on a truth that the community finds inconvenient can be Tamzarianized, voted out of their own identity, replaced by the more convenient version, expelled if they persist in being who they actually are. Think about what this means for the contamination theory. If it ever became undeniable, if the evidence of what Burns's plant has done to Springfield's residents ever reached the point where it could not be disputed, the Tamzarian precedent provides a mechanism for managing it. Not through scientific refutation, through social decree. A judge can rule that the contaminated Springfield is the official Springfield, that the yellow skin and the four fingers are the official human biology of this community, that anyone who suggests otherwise is, in legal terms, a problem to be removed. The show has already done this once. It would do it again. And every time it does it, the mechanism gets smoother, the resistance gets weaker, the official fiction gets a little harder to distinguish from truth. Because that is what long-sustained lies eventually do. They become indistinguishable from truth. Not because they become true, but because the infrastructure of life is built around them. The institutions and the relationships and the histories that derive from the lie are real, even if the lie isn't. And dismantling the lie would require dismantling everything built on top of it. Springfield is built on the lie that the plant is safe, that the water is clean, that the residents are healthy, that Seymour Skinner is Seymour Skinner, that Mr. Burns is a legitimate businessman running a legitimate facility in a legitimate town. None of these things are true, but the schools and the jobs and the relationships and the civic structures of Springfield are all organized around them as if they were. The town is real. The lives are real. The connections between people are real. Only the foundation is false. And when you live long enough on a false foundation, the alternative to maintaining the false foundation is not the truth. The alternative is the collapse of everything built on top of it. The alternative is the cost of correction, which is higher than the cost of continuation, at least in the short term, at least if you're the one paying it. This is the economy of denial. The initial falsehood is cheap. Each subsequent layer of behavior organized around the falsehood is an investment in the falsehood's maintenance. The accumulation of those investments is what makes truth expensive. Not because truth itself costs anything, because dismantling everything that was built around the lie costs everything. Springfield has been investing in its denial for long enough that the truth at this point would bankrupt the whole community. Not financially, existentially. The version of Springfield that knows the truth about itself cannot also be the version of Springfield that exists in the comfortable, familiar form it has taken for 36 years. To know the truth would require becoming a different town. And becoming a different town would mean leaving the town, you know. Leaving Evergreen Terrace and the Quickie Mart and Moe's Tavern and Springfield Elementary and the power plant horizon. leaving the specific shape that 36 years of complicity with comfortable lies has given to the ordinary daily life of this ordinary town. Nobody in Springfield wants to leave. Not even Lisa, who knows more about why Springfield is broken than anyone else in it, wants to leave in any permanent, irrevocable sense. She goes away. She always comes back. Because home is home, even when home is also a contamination zone. The denial is not just Burns's invention. The denial is everyone's coping mechanism. The denial is the thing that lets them love the place they live in and the people they live among, even knowing, at whatever level they do know, that the place and the people have been compromised. Love the compromised place. Maintain the gentle fiction. Keep the cracked towers in the background of the view and don't stare at them too long. That is Springfield. That is every town that has ever looked at the source of its economic dependence and decided that looking away was the more viable choice. That is perhaps most towns. That is perhaps all of us. We all live somewhere built partly on something we've agreed not to examine too closely. We all maintain, in some form, the Springfield Compact, the mutual agreement to treat certain things as not quite real, to let certain questions stay unasked, to keep the vote on comfortable lies perpetually in recess. The principal and the pauper just put a judge's name on it. Section 9b, Extended, the predictions in the mirror. We talked about the major predictions, and we talked about the debunking, and we arrived at the meta-theory that the show shapes the future through cultural saturation rather than predicting it. But there's a dimension of the prediction phenomenon that doesn't get enough attention, and it's the one that says the most about why this show specifically became the vehicle for it. The Simpsons is not the only long-running show that has made jokes about the future and occasionally been right. It is the only show that generated a cultural mythology around its accuracy. The difference is not in the quality of the predictions themselves. The difference is in the cultural position of the show. The Simpsons became very early in its run the benchmark for American self-understanding. It was the show that America used to explain itself to itself. It was the show you referenced when you wanted to point at something true about American culture without having to build the argument from scratch. The Simpsons already built the argument. You could just cite the episode. This cultural position is unusual. Most shows are entertainment. A few shows become cultural artifacts. A very small number of shows become part of the interpretive framework through which their audience understands their own world. The Simpsons is in that third category, and it got there partly through longevity and partly through the specific quality of its observation, which was precise and affectionate and cutting in exactly the right proportion. When a show occupies that position, its hits become prophecies not because the show was unusually accurate, but because the audience was unusually primed. The audience of The Simpsons came to the show expecting it to understand America better than most. When the show was right, the rightness was amplified by the expectation. When it was wrong, the wrongness was filtered out by the same mechanism that filters out wrong predictions everywhere. We don't remember the things that didn't come true. The prediction phenomenon is, at its deepest level, a story about what happens when a piece of cultural work becomes authoritative. Authoritative cultural work is expected to be right. When it is right, the rightness confirms the authority. When it is wrong, the wrongness is forgotten. The loop runs in one direction only, and after enough cycles, what you have is a show that appears to have been consistently and mysteriously accurate about the future. But here's the thing that keeps nagging at the edges of this explanation, even as you accept it. The show has been right about things that weren't trends, not extrapolations of existing conditions, but specific details that didn't follow from anything that was already in motion when the episode was written. The Cypress Hill collaboration with the London Symphony Orchestra is one. The specific visual of Trump descending an escalator is another. The Roy Horn tiger attack is a third. These are not trends, these are incidents. Specific, particular, unrepeatable incidents that the show appears to have described before they happened. The volume plus coincidence explanation handles these technically. If you produce enough content about enough topics over enough time, some of your content will happen to describe future incidents with uncanny specificity. The probability is low for any individual case. Across thousands of episodes and tens of thousands of jokes, the total number of specific coincidences should, statistically, be non-zero. But statistics describe populations, not specific cases. When you're the person sitting in front of the television watching the Cypress Hill performance in 2024, knowing that The Simpsons made this exact joke in 1996, the statistical explanation doesn't feel adequate. The statistical explanation is correct, and the felt inadequacy is a cognitive error. Both things are true simultaneously. What the prediction phenomenon really demonstrates, perhaps, is the limits of our intuitions about probability. Human beings are very bad at thinking about the implications of large numbers of events over long time frames. We are very good at recognizing patterns and assigning meaning to them, even when the pattern is statistical noise. The brain that sees meaning in the Cypress Hill coincidence is making the same basic error as the brain that sees shapes in clouds. The shapes are real. The clouds made them accidentally. The meaning is the viewer's contribution. And yet, the shapes are real. The Simpsons really did describe a Cypress Hill/London Symphony collaboration in 1996. The Simpsons really did name Trump as a future president in 2000. Roy Horn really was attacked by a white tiger after the episode depicted it. These are facts, not interpretations. The coincidence is documented. Maybe the most honest thing to say is this. We don't have a completely satisfying explanation for all of the predictions. The bulk of them are handled by volume plus coincidence plus educated extrapolation. But some of them sit outside the bounds of what that explanation covers comfortably. Some of them are, in the most literal and boring sense of the word, mysterious. And mysterious things deserve to be left mysterious. Not explained away and not over-explained. Just acknowledged. Here is a thing we cannot fully account for. Here is a recurring phenomenon that has a partial explanation and a remainder that the partial explanation doesn't touch. That remainder is small. It is specific. And it is persistent. The show has been running for 36 years, and every few years another one surfaces. Another case where the joke from 1995 or 1998 or 2003 turns out to have described something that happened in 2019 or 2021 or 2024. Another set of screenshots, another how did they know, another cycle of explanation and counter-explanation and shrugging and moving on. Springfield keeps predicting. America keeps happening. The distance between the two keeps collapsing. Maybe that's the relationship. Not prophecy, not coincidence. Something in between that doesn't have a good name yet. The specific resonance between a piece of culture that became authoritative and the culture that gave it authority. A feedback loop that has been running for 36 years and shows no signs of stopping. The loop runs. Springfield reflects. America performs. The Simpsons records the performance before it happens. And every few months, somebody screenshotting an episode from 1997 posts the comparison online and the whole thing starts again. Section 10b. Extended. The town's minor characters and their weight. There's something that happens when you watch enough of The Simpsons, when you've spent enough time in Springfield, that doesn't happen with most shows. The minor characters start to feel heavy. Not just familiar, though they are familiar in the way that neighbors are familiar. People you didn't choose to know, but know anyway. They start to feel like they have weights and histories and inner lives that the show only occasionally surfaces. Take Lenny and Carl. These two men have been Homer's best friends at the plant for 36 years. They appear in virtually every episode that takes place in the plant or involves Homer's social life. They have names and recognizable physical presences and consistent personality traits. Lenny is slightly more neurotically concerned with his own self-image. Carl is slightly cooler, slightly more assured. But here's what the show gradually reveals about them over time, in small doses. They are genuinely smart people. Carl Carlson has a master's degree. Lenny Leonard has some form of post-secondary education. These are people with more credentials than their occupation requires, people who are underemployed at the nuclear plant in a way that implies a trajectory that didn't quite work out the way it was supposed to. Why are they there? Why are Lenny and Carl, people who are demonstrably more capable than their job requires, still in Sector 7G next to Homer Simpson after 36 years? The contamination theory has an answer. The coma theory has an answer. The collective denial theory has an answer. But perhaps the simplest and most heartbreaking answer is this. Because Springfield is where they are. Because the plant is what the plant is. And Springfield is what Springfield is, and the alternatives that their credentials might have pointed toward were never quite accessible in a town that is this specific and this particular in its gravitational pull. Springfield keeps its people. Not through force, not through any mechanism you could identify and challenge. Through the specific accumulated weight of being from somewhere. Through the family connections and the familiar streets, and the long history of small moments that make a place feel like yours, rather than just a place where you happen to live. Lenny and Carl could have left. Homer could have left. Almost anyone in Springfield could have left, technically. But leaving would mean leaving, and leaving is not nothing. Leaving is the act of deciding that the life you might build somewhere else is worth more than the life you have here, and that calculation, for most people in most places, comes out against leaving more often than it comes out for it. Springfield is sticky in the way that places are sticky, in the way that home is sticky. And the stickiness isn't imposed. It is the natural product of being somewhere long enough to have all your important things in it. Professor Frink is interesting in a different way. Frink is unambiguously brilliant. He is a genuine scientist, a person of considerable formal achievement, who has made discoveries and built inventions and demonstrated the kind of sustained intellectual capability that should, in a world that rewarded such things appropriately, have taken him somewhere extraordinary. He is in Springfield. Frink is in Springfield, running his slightly chaotic laboratory, making discoveries that occasionally save the town, and are immediately forgotten, being consulted in moments of crisis and ignored in moments of stability. Precisely as intelligent, precisely as underutilized as he was when he first appeared. The contamination theory suggests that Frink might be another version of the Maggie phenomenon. Someone whose exposure to Springfield's radioactive environment produced an enhancement of cognitive function rather than a diminishment. The mutation that made Homer less made Frink more, producing someone whose intelligence operates at a level that no one in Springfield can quite keep up with. But Frink's intelligence doesn't save him from Springfield's gravity. He is still there, in his lab, building his inventions, watching them be forgotten. The specific weight of Springfield holds him the same way it holds everyone else. The intelligence doesn't exempt you from the pull. It just means you understand more clearly what the pull is and still can't escape it. That might be the saddest version of being intelligent in Springfield. Not Lisa's version, where the intelligence produces constant friction, but Frink's version, where the intelligence is fully operational and fully aware and completely unable to change the fundamental condition of being in a place that runs on loops. The loop doesn't care how smart you are. The loop runs. The loop has always run. And the plant keeps the lights on. And somewhere in the town, in all the houses on all the streets, in the impossible geography of a place that exists everywhere and nowhere, the people of Springfield are doing what people do in every town in every country. Waking up, making coffee, going to work, coming home, loving imperfectly, living incompletely, sleeping, dreaming, waking again. The cracked towers steam. The water carries what it carries. The fish have 3 eyes. The baby watches. The man in the hospital bed dreams. And the loop runs. It always runs. Closing meditation. The loop and the love. We have covered a great deal of ground tonight. More than that, we have covered a great deal of Springfield. And it feels right before we let the night fully quiet to slow down and let everything settle. To let the theories rest against each other and see what shape they make together. What we have when we put all of it together is a portrait of a place that is simultaneously deeply broken and deeply loved. A place that has been poisoned and dreamed and denied and managed and mapped and unmapped and theorized and counter-theorized across 36 years of television. A place that should, by any rational accounting, have been abandoned by its residents and by its audience long ago. And that has not been abandoned. That cannot be abandoned. That persists, episode by episode, season by season, in the face of everything that argues against it. Why? Because Springfield is home, even when home is a contamination zone. even when home is a dream inside a coma, even when home is a town that has made truth illegal and exiled the last honest man on a railroad car, even when home is a loop that runs forever, a family frozen in amber at the last moment before everything changed, a plant that steams and a fish that stares back with 3 eyes and a baby who knows everything and says nothing. Home is home. You can leave it and you can analyze it and you can document every single thing that is wrong with it, and it is still home. It still has the specific gravity of the place where your important things are, the people you love, the couch, the television, the smell of the kitchen on Sunday morning, the sound of the saxophone from the upstairs room, the rumble of the car pulling into the driveway. Those things are real. They are real even if the water is contaminated. They are real even if the town forgot last week's catastrophe. They are real even if the man of the house has been asleep since 1993. They are real because love is what makes things real, and the Simpsons love each other with a ferocity that the show has never adequately explained and never needed to. Homer loves his family the way that people love things that save them. The way you love the one thing that gives your life its shape and its meaning and its reason for continuing. He is not a good employee or a good neighbor or a good citizen. He is, in his particular and irreducible way, a good father and a good husband. And the show has always known this. The show built its entire world around this. Every theory, every conspiracy, every buried tragedy, every institutional horror, every impossible thing about Springfield exists in the same world as Homer loving his family. And the love is not diminished by the horror. The horror is not resolved by the love. They coexist. They have always coexisted. That is what makes The Simpsons something more than a cartoon. That is what keeps it alive past every reasonable expiration date. That is why 36 years in, with all the theories and all the evidence and all the analysis, the show still lands when it wants to land, still produces the moment that catches you off guard, still manages to be funny and sad and true in the same breath. Because at the bottom of all of it, underneath the cracked cooling towers and the 3-eyed fish and the immortal billionaire and the silent genius baby and the coma dream and the conspiracy and the denial and everything else, there is a man who loves his family, and a family worth loving. And that is enough. It has always been enough. Springfield will be there when you wake up. It always is. Section 7. Mona Simpson and the 3-Generation Conspiracy. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, had told him this. He had shown Homer a grave. Homer had mourned in the way that Homer mourns things, which is to say not with visible grief so much as with a low-grade, pervasive, never quite examined sadness that shaped the contours of his personality without ever being identified as grief. He grew up believing he was a boy whose mother had died when he was very young, and whose father, cold and distant and largely incapable of warmth, had been unable to fill the space she left behind. That belief shaped everything about Homer Simpson. Every part of his personality that you might trace to a specific origin leads back, eventually, to this. A boy who decided, without knowing he had decided it, that the most important person in his life had left him. Who grew up interpreting the world through the specific lens of someone who has been left behind by the person who was supposed to stay. The desperate need to be liked, the terror of being ignored, the particular horror of Burns not knowing his name, the clinging attachment to his family, the compulsive need to hold the household together even in the face of circumstances that would justify falling apart, the willingness to endure humiliation and degradation and professional abuse rather than risk the one stable thing in his life. Homer's entire emotional architecture is a coping mechanism, a structure built around a wound that was, in fact, a lie. In Season 7, the show revealed this. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired November 19th, 1995, and it is widely, justifiably considered one of the greatest episodes in the show's history. The premise begins comically. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, pushing a dummy off a cliff near the power plant and watching the town accept the fiction. When Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the official record of his death, Homer discovers something in the municipal files that stops the comedy cold. His mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him didn't belong to his mother. It belonged, the show tells us with a specific absurdist detail that sharpens rather than softens the revelation, to Walt Whitman. The poet. Abe Simpson had been walking his son to a famous writer's headstone for years and telling Homer that this was where his mother rested. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave, because she has been told that Homer died. They don't recognize each other at first. He has changed. She has changed. But when the recognition comes, when Homer proves who he is and Mona proves who she is, the show produces one of its most genuinely emotional scenes. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other at a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells him the truth. She didn't die. She didn't leave because she stopped loving him. She left because she had to. Because staying would have put Homer and Abe in danger. Because the man whose name Homer has been working under for his entire adult life had destroyed her life and forced her underground. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was not a radical. She was not, at least not initially, an activist or an agitator, or any of the things that Burns would eventually spend decades defining her as. She was a housewife. She was married to Abe. She had a young son named Homer. She lived in Springfield while the world outside was burning through the civil rights movement and the protests against Vietnam and the emergence of a counterculture that was questioning everything the previous generation had built. And then something shifted. The show depicts it with the kind of absurdism that buffers genuine emotional weight without eliminating it. Mona was radicalized. She joined a group of activists. The show calls them hippies, but it also makes clear that their cause was not frivolous. Their target was a biological weapons laboratory, owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. Let that settle. Burns didn't just run a nuclear power plant. Burns operated a germ warfare facility, a laboratory designed for the research, development, and storage of biological weapons located in Springfield, the same community where children played in yards contaminated by nuclear waste, the same community that would later be classified as a federal environmental hazard. Burns was manufacturing weaponized pathogens in the town where Homer Simpson was growing up. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They deployed what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to destroy the biological agents stored in the facility. They succeeded. During the action, they accidentally cured the asthma of the facility's security guard, a man named Clancy Wiggum, who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The germs were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped. Someone had been knocked down in the K. She stopped to help them up. She stopped to help the man she had just effectively defeated. That man was Burns. He saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a federal fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not call Abe, could not write to Homer, could not explain to her young son why his mother was not there when he woke up the next morning. She kissed Homer while he was sleeping and disappeared. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead, and Homer spent the next 27 years of his life carrying the specific, comprehensive damage of believing that he was the kind of son a mother would rather leave than raise. Not because she had died, a tragedy, but an involuntary one. She had gone. She had left. She had chosen to not be there. That is the wound. That is the wound that everything else is built around. Now here's where the theory takes shape. Burns didn't just identify Mona to the FBI and move on. Burns held a grudge. The show makes this explicit. Burns pursued her, actively, for decades. He used his resources, his connections, his reach to ensure that Mona Simpson could never safely return to her family. When Mona finally comes back to Springfield in Season 7, Burns spots her almost immediately. He sees her through a cab window. He calls the authorities. The FBI shows up at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer watches his mother leave for the second time, and this time he understands why. This time he knows who is responsible. His employer. Homer works for the man who destroyed his family. Homer earns his living from the man who stole his mother. Homer has spent his entire adult life exchanging his labor for income from the person who is directly, personally, deliberately responsible for the wound that has defined his entire emotional experience of being alive. And Homer doesn't make the connection, not fully, not in any sustained, actionable way. He sees it in the moment of Mona's second departure. He understands the relationship. And then the episode ends, and the next episode begins, and Homer goes back to work at the plant, and Burns doesn't know his name, and the arrangement continues as if nothing happened. This is not played as a joke. The show is not asking you to laugh at Homer's failure to act on this knowledge. It is asking you to understand why Homer can't act on it. Homer is too damaged to understand the architecture of his own suffering. His brain, compromised by the combination of radiation exposure and the physical cognitive impairment from the crayon, cannot sustain the kind of analytical chain that would connect the billionaire who signs his checks to the billionaire who signed his mother's destruction. He sees the pieces but cannot assemble the picture. He carries the wound but cannot trace it to the source. And the source is right there, every day, one floor up in the same building. There's a later revelation that adds another layer of deliberate construction to this tragedy. The show establishes that Grandpa Simpson made a deal with Burns. Burns had committed a crime. Abe discovered it. And rather than report it, rather than use the knowledge as leverage in any meaningful way, Abe negotiated something small and specific and personal. He asked Burns to guarantee Homer a job at the plant, regardless of performance, regardless of competence, regardless of what Homer did or failed to do. 742 documented errors. Homer has made 742 documented errors at the nuclear power plant and has never been permanently fired. This has been treated by audiences as a running joke, a convenient narrative device that keeps Homer in his seat at Sector 7G. But it is the specific contractual outcome of a deal struck between Abe Simpson and the man who had already destroyed his family once. Abe knew what Burns had done to Mona. Abe had told Homer she was dead rather than explain the truth. And when he discovered that Burns had committed another crime, the response Abe chose was not justice, not exposure, not any attempt to hold Burns accountable. The response was to protect Homer's job security. Burns destroyed Mona's life. Abe covered up the truth and made a private arrangement with the enemy. And Homer inherited the consequences of both choices without ever being told that the consequences existed, without ever understanding that the architecture of his own life had been designed by other people for other people's reasons, decades before he was old enough to have opinions about it. 3 generations of one family, all of them shaped by one man's grudge. Mona fought back against Burns and lost everything. Abe made a deal with the devil and buried the truth. Homer inherited the damage without the explanation and spent his adult life being slowly consumed by a system he couldn't see clearly enough to resist. The episode where the crayon is removed from Homer's brain is the clearest statement the show has ever made about what Homer's life could have been. The Homer without the crayon is not just more intelligent. He is more present, more aware, more capable of looking at his own life and seeing it for what it is, rather than feeling it as a diffuse and inexplicable weight. He is, for a brief period, the person Homer was supposed to be before Springfield and its plant, and its contaminated water, and a century-long grudge from a billionaire combined to prevent him from becoming that person. And that Homer looks at his life and finds it unbearable. Not because the life is bad in every particular, not because he doesn't love Marge or his children, but because he can see it now. He can see the plant and what it is. He can see his job and what it costs him. He can see the connections between the things that happened to him and why they happened, who made them happen, what it all adds up to. And clarity in Springfield is its own kind of suffering. So he has the crayon put back. He chooses the fog. He chooses the comfortable blankness of not quite understanding over the painful sharpness of seeing it all. But the theory argues that the choice was already made for him. Long before Homer was old enough to choose anything. By the time he was of an age to make decisions, the decisions that mattered had already been made by Mona and Abe and Burns, and the specific version of 1969 where a woman stopped to help someone she'd just defeated and looked into the face of the man who would spend decades making her pay for it. Burns didn't just take Homer's mother. He took Homer's potential. He took the version of Homer who would have grown up with a mother, with the specific kind of emotional development that having a present and loving mother provides, with the stability that family stability provides, with the cognitive capacity that growing up outside the direct shadow of a leaking nuclear facility in a town classified by the federal government as an environmental hazard might have preserved. He took all of that, not as an explicit agenda, but as the collateral damage of a grudge. And what was left was Sector 7G, a man who sleeps at his workstation, who cannot connect cause to effect in the most important domain of his own life, who works every day for the man who destroyed him, without ever fully knowing that he does. Homer is not stupid. Homer is broken. There is a difference, and the show knows the difference, and the show has been quietly insisting on the difference for 36 seasons without quite saying it out loud. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The death scene is handled with a restraint that the show doesn't often apply to its most emotional moments. Homer is beside her. He holds her hand. He watches her go. No cutaway, no joke, no reset. Just a man and his mother and the specific, unbearable weight of 27 years that were taken before they could be given. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy, and there are funnier shows and more formally sophisticated shows that have aged better in certain respects. But there is no show that has ever hidden as much genuine tragedy inside as many jokes, or sustained it as patiently or made it feel in the moments when it surfaces, as quietly devastating. Mona fought and lost. Abe dealt and lied. Homer worked and didn't know. And Burns won, as Burns always wins. As the theory argues, Burns was always going to win, because in Springfield, the man with the resources and the grudge and the weekly treatments and the diseased biological gridlock writes the rules. And the rules have always said that Homer Simpson will work at that plant until the end. Because his mother made a choice. Because his grandfather made a deal. Because the richest man in town needed someone in Sector 7G who would never figure it out. And Homer was broken long before he ever clocked in. Section 8. The Principal and the Pauper. Springfield's Architecture of Denial. There is an episode of The Simpsons that fans have never forgiven. It aired on September 28, 1997. Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. The backlash was immediate and fierce and has never completely subsided. Nearly 30 years later, this episode is still regularly cited by fans as the moment The Simpsons betrayed its audience, the moment the writers stopped caring about continuity, the moment the show's internal world fractured beyond repair. But what if the fans have been reading the episode backwards? What if the episode didn't break The Simpsons? What if it revealed what The Simpsons had always been? Here's what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event celebrating Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. The assembly is in progress when a stranger walks through the door. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and believed dead. He survived his captivity, he escaped, he came home. And he arrived in Springfield to find that someone else had been living his life for 2 decades. The man Springfield knows as Seymour Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a petty criminal, a street kid from nowhere with no prospects and no identity worth protecting. He was drafted, he served, and when the real Skinner was captured and presumed killed in action, Tamzarian felt the specific guilt of a survivor. He went to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a home or a family or a name worth keeping, simply let her believe it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the history, the mother. He lived inside that borrowed identity for 20 years. He built a life there, real in every way that mattered, a life with genuine relationships and genuine responsibilities, a life that the people of Springfield knew and recognized and depended on. Until the real Skinner walked through the door and the whole structure fell. The show walks through the implications without flinching. The truth is fully exposed. The town knows everything. The real Skinner is present. Tamzarian is present. The evidence is undeniable, and the conclusion is obvious. Springfield has been living with an imposter in one of its most visible civic positions for 20 years. What Springfield does with this information is the episode. The town holds a meeting, and the meeting is not to decide how to prosecute Tamzarian, or how to restore the real Skinner to his rightful place, or how to process the institutional implications of having had a fraudulent principal for 2 decades. The meeting is to decide something else entirely, whether to acknowledge the truth at all. And Springfield votes unanimously. They vote to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. The imposter is officially designated the real Seymour Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero who survived a prisoner of war camp, who came home to reclaim his own life, who presented himself with evidence and witnesses and the unassailable fact of his own identity, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. The judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of punishment. A town collectively decided that comfortable fiction was more important than documented reality. They had the real person standing in front of them. They chose the fake. They sentenced truth to exile. They made memory a crime. Fans hated this. Harry Shearer, who voices Skinner and Burns among others, publicly expressed his displeasure. Critics argued that the episode destroyed Skinner's character, that everything established about him across 8 previous seasons was now meaningless. The episode is consistently ranked among the lowest quality episodes in the series. It is cited as the canary in the coal mine for the show's broader creative decline. But here's what no one wants to say about it. The episode is completely honest about what Springfield is. It just says the quiet part out loud. Springfield has always operated exactly this way. The Simpsons has spent 9 seasons by the time this episode aired, showing us a town that forgets, a town that resets, a town where catastrophes of every conceivable scale happen and are resolved and are never mentioned again. Not because the writers forgot them, but because the logic of the show's world requires them to be forgotten. Burns blocks out the sun. The dome goes up, the town is invaded, the comet falls, the monorail crashes, the nuclear plant nearly melts down, and every single time by the next episode, Springfield is back to baseline. Nobody remembers, nobody references it, the slate is clean. Every other time Springfield does this, it happens off-screen, between episodes, in the gap between the end credits of one story and the cold open of the next. The town resets and we're just expected to accept it, to apply the same unspoken rule that applies to all episodic television. Last week didn't happen in any permanent way, and this week we start fresh. The Principal and the Pauper is the one episode where you watch the reset happen in real time. You watch the mechanism, you see the vote, you see the legal decree, you see the physical expulsion of the thing that refuses to fit the agreed-upon version of events. The episode is not breaking the show's internal rules. It is showing you those rules. It is showing you the specific social technology that Springfield uses to maintain its impossible stability. The machinery of collective denial that runs invisibly in every other episode, but here, for 30 minutes, is put on display. Springfield doesn't forget because its residents have bad memories. Springfield forgets because the residents choose to forget, through an active and ongoing and deliberately maintained social agreement that says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will treat the lie as the truth. We will treat the truth as a violation. And we will enforce this agreement with whatever means are available to us, including the expulsion of anyone who insists on the truth with sufficient persistence. Armin Tamzarian is still Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner is somewhere on a railroad car, expelled from his own life. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Not because he committed a crime, because he was a fact. Now connect this pattern to everything else we've discussed tonight. If the radiation theory is true and Springfield is a contaminated community whose residents have sustained neurological damage from decades of nuclear exposure, then the town's capacity for collective denial is not surprising. It is a symptom. The same contamination that altered their biology has altered their capacity to maintain uncomfortable awareness over time. Their ability to hold on to the knowledge of things that disturb the comfortable pattern of their days. The three-eyed fish is forgotten. The skeletons in the plant basement are forgotten. The dome is forgotten. Every piece of evidence that points toward the central truth of their situation, that they live in a contaminated zone managed by a man who is actively maintaining the conditions of their contamination, is seen once and then allowed to dissolve. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's denial is Homer's dream logic made into civic policy. A dreaming mind doesn't maintain consistency. It generates experiences and then lets them go, reusing the same landscapes and characters for new scenarios without being bound by what those characters did in previous scenarios. Springfield's amnesia is the amnesia of a mind that dreams in episodes, that has no obligation to maintain continuity between them, because continuity is not what the dream is for. The dream is not for accuracy. The dream is for Homer to stay with his family. Everything that threatens that goal gets dissolved. And if you layer the principle and the pauper theory over the contamination theory and the coma theory simultaneously, you arrive at a place where Springfield's denial is not one thing, but three. It is the symptom of neurological damage. It is the expression of dream logic. And it is the active policy of a community that has unconsciously understood what it would lose if it ever stopped denying. If Springfield remembered the dome, it would have to confront the pollution. If it confronted the pollution, it would have to address the plant. If it addressed the plant, it would have to challenge Burns. If it challenged Burns, the economy would collapse. If the economy collapsed, Springfield would die. So it forgets. It votes to forget. It makes forgetting the law. The real Seymour Skinner was not expelled from Springfield because he was dangerous. He was expelled because he was insistent. He kept asserting his identity in the face of a community that had voted to make his identity inadmissible. He was a fact that refused to accommodate itself to the preferred fiction. And facts that refuse to accommodate fiction in Springfield do not persist. They get tied to trains. This pattern applies everywhere in the show's world. The scientist who publishes findings about the waterway contamination, the journalist who tries to investigate Burns, the child who asks why the fish have 3 eyes. All of them, in various episodes, encounter the same mechanism. First misdirection, then discrediting, then, if necessary, removal. The truth doesn't need to be disproven. It just needs to be made socially unspeakable. The principal and the pauper didn't ruin Skinner. It diagnosed Springfield. It showed you the operating system underneath the cartoon town, the specific firmware that allows a community of mutated, contaminated, dreaming people to maintain the comfortable fiction of normalcy for 36 years and counting. It is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most important one, because it is the only episode that shows you how all the other episodes are possible. Every reset, every forgotten catastrophe, every moment when Springfield returns to baseline after something world-altering. The principal and the pauper is the key that explains all of them. The town doesn't forget by accident. The town forgets by vote. And Armin Tamzarian has been Seymour Skinner for 36 years. The lie has outlasted every version of the truth. And in Springfield, that's not a failure of justice. That's just how things work. Section 9, The Simpsons Predictions. Coincidence, prophecy, or something else entirely. Let's talk about the predictions. You've seen them. Everyone has seen them. The screenshots, the side-by-side comparisons, the moment someone on social media realizes that an episode from 1998 appears to have depicted something that became headline news in 2024 and posts the images with the caption, "The Simpsons did it again." The phenomenon has become so pervasive that it's achieved its own cultural category, distinct from the show itself, a mythology of prophetic accuracy that has attached itself to the Simpsons brand, and, depending on who you ask, has done as much to keep the show in public conversation in the 2020s as any of the actual new episodes. Let's go through the major ones first, because they deserve their moment. In the year 2000, the episode Bart to the Future depicted a specific vision of the future of the United States. Lisa Simpson has become the first female president. She has inherited what she describes as a budget crisis left by her predecessor. That predecessor is named. It is Donald Trump. The episode aired in 2000, 16 years before Trump won the 2016 presidential election. The show depicted a Trump presidency as a satirical extrapolation of where celebrity culture and American politics were heading, as a joke about the logical extreme of a country that was already, at the turn of the millennium, treating fame and authority as increasingly interchangeable. 16 years later, the punchline became the headline. The internet reacted as you'd expect. The screenshots went everywhere. The phrase, "The Simpsons predicted it," became a meme that transcended the show's actual fan base and entered mainstream cultural conversation. People who hadn't watched The Simpsons in decades were suddenly talking about it. But the Trump prediction was only the most famous item on a list that is genuinely long. A 1995 episode depicted a wristwatch that functions as a communication device, a piece of technology that visually anticipates the smartwatch by close to 2 decades. A 1994 episode sent Homer to space with Buzz Aldrin, decades before commercial space tourism became something that actually happened. A 1998 episode contained a brief background detail: Homer writing on a chalkboard, working through a mathematical equation. When that equation was later examined by people with the appropriate expertise, it appeared to have arrived at a close approximation of the mass of the Higgs boson particle, a value that wouldn't be experimentally confirmed until 2012. A 1999 episode proposed, through Homer's theorizing, that the universe might be shaped like a donut, a toroidal structure. Years later, cosmological data produced radiation patterns that some researchers interpreted as consistent with a toroidal universe geometry. In 1993, an episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Asia and spreading to Springfield, causing mass panic, supply chain disruptions, and a frantic search for treatment. The episode aired 27 years before a global pandemic, also originating in Asia, produced almost exactly those conditions. And in the fictional pandemic episode, the town accidentally released a swarm of killer bees. During the actual 2020 pandemic, Asian giant hornets, which the media almost immediately dubbed murder hornets, appeared in the United States and generated a wave of additional anxiety on top of an already anxious news cycle. A 1996 episode called Homerpalooza featured as a throwaway joke the idea of the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra. That collaboration actually happened in 2024, when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall, 28 years after the joke. A 1998 episode depicted the Disney Corporation acquiring 20th Century Fox, which actually occurred in 2019. Multiple episodes across the show's run depicted video calling, autocorrect failures, and surveillance culture as features of daily life years before those technologies became ubiquitous. The list continues and continues and continues. Every few months, another one surfaces. Now, let's talk about what's actually happening. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer on the show since its earliest days, has a standard response when asked about the predictions. It is, in his own words, "If you throw enough darts, you're going to hit some bullseyes." Bill Oakley, who ran the show through several of its peak creative seasons, put it with equal bluntness. There are very few cases where The Simpsons actually predicted something. It's mainly coincidence because the episodes are so old and history repeats itself. These are not deflections. They are accurate descriptions of a genuine phenomenon. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, observations, satirical riffs, background details, throwaway gags, elaborate visual jokes that play for a second and disappear. When you generate that volume of content about American culture, technology, politics, and society over that span of time, and you do it with a writing staff that the show's own history has acknowledged is among the most intellectually credentialed in television history, some of that content is going to align with future events. Not because the writers can see the future, but because they can read the present. This is the key. The show's writing staff, historically dense with Harvard graduates, people with backgrounds in mathematics and science and political theory and computer science, are not generating random observations about the future. They are analyzing the present. They are looking at the cultural trajectories already in motion and extending them to their logical extremes. They are identifying the absurdities latent in existing conditions and depicting those absurdities as accomplished facts. Trump flirting with presidential runs since the late 1980s, Extend that trajectory to its logical extreme. What do you get? Media consolidation accelerating through the 1990s. Where does that lead? Technology getting smaller and more intimate and more integrated with the body. What does that look like 10 years from now? The predictions aren't supernatural. They're the result of very intelligent people reading trends that were already visible and depicting where those trends were heading. When the trends arrive at the depicted destination, it looks like prophecy. It is actually careful observation, followed by time. The confirmation bias problem is equally important. The Simpsons has made hundreds of predictions that didn't come true, thousands of satirical extrapolations that went in different directions, or didn't materialize or were wrong in specific details that make them non-predictions by any honest accounting. Those don't get screenshotted. They don't get shared. They don't enter the mythology. The successful predictions accumulate in cultural memory. The failed ones dissolve. And when you filter nearly 800 episodes through confirmation bias, keeping only the hits and discarding the misses, you end up with a highlight reel that looks genuinely prophetic. The mechanism is simple. Volume plus intelligence plus time plus confirmation bias. No time travel required. But here is where the explanation reaches its limits. Here is where the debunking, complete and accurate as it is for most of the list, runs into a few specific cases that produce a genuine pause. The Trump prediction didn't just forecast that a celebrity might enter politics. It specified Trump by name. It depicted him descending an escalator in a visual sequence that eerily mirrors the specific staging of the actual 2015 campaign announcement. Not the general shape of a thing, a specific visual detail that matched a specific real event. The Siegfried and Roy episode from 2000 didn't just joke about dangerous animals. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, injuring them severely. In 2003, Roy Horn was critically attacked by a white tiger during a performance in exactly the way the episode suggested. These are not trend extrapolations. These are specific details that align with specific events in ways that resist easy dismissal. And the meta-theory, the one that transcends both the prophecy claim and the debunking, may be the most interesting of all. The Simpsons doesn't predict the future. The Simpsons shapes it. Consider how cultural influence actually works. The Simpsons has been on the air for 36 years. It has been watched by hundreds of millions of people. Its jokes have become part of the American lexicon. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own culture. When a show runs for that long and saturates the cultural imagination to that degree, it stops being a mirror of America and starts being one of the sources from which America draws its ideas about what it is and what it's becoming. When The Simpsons depicts a Trump presidency in 2000 as a satirical joke about the direction of celebrity politics, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point, something people quote and repeat. It makes the idea of Trump as president feel not impossible, but familiar, not shocking, but recognizable, something that was already part of the shared imagination before it happened. The joke doesn't predict the future. The joke primes the cultural imagination for the future. It makes the future feel like a logical arrival rather than a shocking departure. When reality catches up to the satire, the experience isn't surprise. It's recognition. We've been here before in our heads because the show put us here first. This works for media consolidation. It works for technology. It works for the specific textures of American political life that the show has been riffing on for 36 years. The Simpsons didn't predict America. The Simpsons helped write the script that America then performed. And every time reality performs a line that appeared in the script first, it registers as prophecy because we don't fully account for the feedback loop between culture and event, between the thing we imagine and the thing we build, between the satirical extreme and the place the extreme eventually becomes. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has become Springfield. Not because Springfield was a prediction, but because Springfield was a description. The show looked at what America was in 1989 and depicted it with the satirical amplification that reveals the logic underneath. The nuclear plant that poisons the town, the corrupt billionaire who owns everything. The government too incompetent to address it. the population too distracted and too damaged to organize meaningful resistance. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset. That was not a prediction. That was a diagnosis. The show just wrote it down first. And then, over the 36 years that followed, America ran the diagnosis forward. Here is the final piece of the prediction phenomenon that the show itself gestures toward without naming. The show has also made predictions that came true about itself. The floating timeline. The progressive detachment from reality. The way the show gradually became what it was initially satirizing. The Simpsons has been, in recent seasons, exactly the kind of television the early Simpsons would have skewered. Bloated, celebrity-dependent, culturally nostalgic in a way that serves commercial interests more than creative ones. The show predicted its own decline by depicting every other American institution's decline, and the decline arrived on schedule. And yet here we are, 800 episodes in, 36 years. The show that predicted America also predicted its own transformation into the kind of cultural monument that gets maintained, not because it's still the best version of itself, but because it has become too institutionally embedded to end. Springfield keeps running. The plant keeps leaking. Burns keeps alive. And The Simpsons keeps airing, every Sunday night, a loop that started in 1989 and whose end, if it has one, has not yet been scheduled. Section 10. The Peripheral Mysteries. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, Sideshow Bob, and the others. The show has hundreds of characters. Most of them are background furniture, people who exist to populate the streets of Springfield and provide texture to a world that needs to feel like a world rather than a stage set. But some of the background characters, the ones who appear and reappear without ever becoming the focus of their own full storylines, carry within them mysteries that the show has never quite addressed. They're worth pausing on, not at the same length as the central theories, but enough to let them settle, because they are each, in their own way, a small, concentrated version of the larger questions the show is always circling. Let's start with Hans Moleman. If you've watched The Simpsons for any sustained period, you know him. Tiny, elderly to the point of ancient, nearly blind, navigating the world through thick lensed glasses that make his eyes appear to be the size of pinholes. He exists primarily to suffer. He is hit by cars. He is struck by lightning. He is crushed by falling objects. He is buried alive, eaten by animals, incinerated, and run over by vehicles of various sizes. He falls. Things fall on him. The universe appears to have a specific and sustained interest in finding new ways to destroy Hans Moleman. And he dies. The show doesn't always treat his fates as near misses or survivable injuries. Moleman is depicted, in regular canonical episodes, as actually dying. Not in Treehouse of Horror specials, not in dream sequences, in the show's mainline continuity. He ceases to function. And then, several episodes later, he appears again in the background of a Springfield scene. No explanation offered. No acknowledgement that anything unusual has occurred. He is, by any reasonable estimate, the most repeatedly killed character in the history of American animation. Apply the contamination theory to Moleman and something strange emerges. If the nuclear plant's output is producing mutations that affect different people differently, and if Homer represents one extreme outcome, then Moleman might represent another. A man whose cellular biology has been so fundamentally altered by exposure that his body can reconstitute itself after what would be fatal trauma for any normal person. He doesn't survive his deaths the way Homer survives near misses. He actually dies. And then his biology resets. Death in Springfield, for Moleman specifically, is a temporary condition. A biological reset triggered by something the plant has done to his cellular architecture. Apply the coma theory, and a darker reading emerges. Moleman is a background process in Homer's dream. He is one of the minor characters that populate the dream Springfield without being someone Homer cares enough about to maintain with full consistency. His deaths are moments when Homer's dreaming brain momentarily loses interest in that particular background element and lets it lapse. His returns are the dream regenerating what it needs to fill the scene. Moleman isn't a person in this reading. He is a prop. The dream occasionally breaks him and then reassembles him because the dream needs a certain number of bodies to make Springfield feel inhabited. Now here's the detail that makes Molman specifically strange beyond his deaths. He stated his age once. 31 years old. 31. Look at him. By every visible indicator, Molman is a very old man, deep into his 80s or 90s or possibly beyond. His body, his posture, his apparent biological age, all of it suggests someone well past the normal human lifespan. And he says he is 31. If he's telling the truth, something aged him at a catastrophic rate. Something took a man in early adulthood and compressed decades of biological aging into a much shorter span. The same something, perhaps, that made him nearly indestructible despite his apparent frailty. The same something that has turned death for him into a revolving door rather than a permanent exit. The radiation theory has an answer. The coma theory has an answer. The collective denial theory, which holds that Springfield simply refuses to notice things that would force uncomfortable questions, definitely has an answer, because if a man who looks 90 says he's 31 and nobody asks a follow-up question, that's a community that has refined the art of not following up. The only theory that doesn't have an answer is the one that says Molman is just a recurring gag and none of it means anything. And that answer is available. That answer is fine, but it's not very interesting, and we are here tonight precisely because the interesting answers are more satisfying than the convenient ones. Now let's talk about Ned Flanders. Because Ned is the character the show has been quietly destroying more thoroughly than anyone else, and the darkness underneath his relentless positivity is one of the most genuinely unsettling things the show has done across its run. On the surface, Ned Flanders is the best person in Springfield. By any objective measure, not just relative to Homer, but absolutely. He is generous, he is kind, he is devoutly religious in a way that is clearly sincere rather than performative. He is physically fit, financially responsible, a good father, a good neighbor, the kind of person who is there when you need him without being asked. He is also a man whose wife was killed by his neighbor's selfishness. Ma Flanders died at the Springfield Speedway when a t-shirt cannon misfired because Homer Simpson was dodging the t-shirts, and they hit Ma instead. Homer's avoidance of inconvenience directly caused the death of Ned's wife. And Ned forgave him. Not because he didn't understand what had happened, not because he was in denial about the connection, because forgiveness is what Ned does, and Ned does it with such thoroughness and such apparent completeness that the show treats it as a character trait rather than a warning sign. But then a hurricane destroyed Ned's house. This is the episode where the facade breaks. The community comes together to rebuild the house, and they rebuild it with the kind of enthusiasm and the kind of incompetence that Springfield brings to most collective endeavors, which is to say they build something that looks like a house and is not structurally a house, and it collapses immediately after completion. And Ned snaps. He stands in the wreckage of his house and he screams. He insults people. He says everything he has been holding inside, apparently forever, about every person in Springfield who has ever wronged him or ignored him or fallen short of the standards he holds himself to. The accumulated frustration of a lifetime of cheerful forbearance erupts in a single extended moment of raw truth. And then he's institutionalized. The episode then reveals something that reframes everything about Ned. His relentless positivity is not a natural personality trait. It is the result of behavioral modification conducted when he was a child. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being strict non-interventionists when it came to child rearing, eventually took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him. The therapy was successful in the sense that it produced the Ned we see, patient, kind, perpetually positive. But it was successful by replacing his natural emotional responses with conditioned ones, by building what amounts to a psychological cage around the person he actually was. Ned's kindness is not a character trait. It is a behavioral installation. The patience with Homer is not saintly restraint. It is the product of conditioning that makes genuine anger physiologically difficult for him to access or express. His forgiveness is not grace. It is the programmed response of someone who was trained, as a child, to suppress the rage that lives underneath. And the rage is there. The hurricane episode is evidence of it. When the conditioning momentarily fails, when the weight becomes too much and the override kicks in, What emerges is not a man who is slightly less patient than usual. It is something closer to despair made vocal. The bottomless, specific grief of someone who has done everything right in a system that does not reward rightness. God talks to Homer. God has appeared to Homer multiple times, has had genuine conversations with him, has been depicted as a real presence in Homer's chaotic, faithless, donut-obsessed life. God has never spoken to Ned Flanders, the most devout man in Springfield, the man who has structured his entire existence around his faith, the man who has prayed and attended services and tried to live according to principles that most of Springfield finds inconvenient, the man who has forgiven everyone for everything at great personal cost, receives silence. The drunk who falls asleep in the pew gets divine conversation. The man who sits in the front row every week gets nothing. That is not an accident. That is the show making a specific argument. Goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. Faith is not answered. Moral behavior does not influence outcome. The system, whether you call it Burns's empire or the contamination or the dream logic or the collective denial, does not care about virtue. It cares about compliance. And Ned, who was conditioned to compliance before he was old enough to choose it, receives exactly what the system gives to its most perfectly adapted members. Nothing. A dead wife, a ruined house, a neighbor who will never appreciate him, and the specific particular silence of a God who is too busy talking to Homer Simpson to notice that the one person actually listening has been waiting for 36 years. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a world that doesn't reward rightness. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a world that doesn't punish wrongness. They live next to each other. They have lived next to each other for 36 years. And the gap between them, the gap between effort and outcome, between virtue and reward, between doing things well and having things go well, has never once closed. Because in Springfield, the gap doesn't close. The system was designed to maintain the gap. The gap is the product. Now, briefly, Sideshow Bob. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., former sidekick to Krusty the Clown, repeated convicted criminal, the man who has attempted to murder Bart Simpson an extraordinary number of times across the show's run, and who has failed each time with a consistency that begins to feel like its own kind of mystery. The Sideshow Bob question is not why he keeps failing to kill Bart. The question is what the show is actually saying about intelligence and villainy in Springfield's universe. Bob is, by any realistic measure, the most intelligent person in Springfield. His plans are elaborate. His cultural references are sophisticated. He has the kind of strategic mind that, applied in any other direction, might have built something extraordinary. He is a genuine polymath, well-read, musically accomplished, capable of sustained, complex reasoning. He went to a good school and came out with the skills to do anything. And he has dedicated this extraordinary intelligence almost entirely to attempting to kill a 10-year-old boy. The recurring failure isn't just a plot convenience. The recurring failure is the show's thesis about what intelligence costs in Springfield. Bob is smart enough to see Springfield clearly. He is smart enough to understand what Burns is. He is smart enough to understand what the radiation is doing, what the floating timeline means, what the denial covers. He has the cognitive architecture that most of Springfield lacks, the capacity for sustained analysis and pattern recognition, and the kind of critical thinking that follows evidence wherever it leads. And it has made him miserable. It has made him a villain. It has made him someone who cannot live in Springfield without wanting to destroy some part of it. And the part he has chosen is the most cheerful and most oblivious person in his personal landscape. Bart Simpson. Bob's hatred of Bart is the hatred of awareness for innocence. The rage of someone who sees everything for someone who sees nothing. The sophisticated man who cannot bear the happiness of the simple boy. Under the coma theory, Bob is fascinating. Homer's dreaming brain created Sideshow Bob as the villain the dream needed, a figure sophisticated enough to pose a genuine threat to Bart, to provide the narrative tension that every good story requires, but whose sophistication is ultimately no match for the dream's protective logic. Bob must always fail because the dream will not allow Bart to be harmed. Bob is the embodiment of everything in Springfield, the intelligence and the resentment and the awareness that cannot ultimately touch the thing Homer loves most. Under the contamination theory, Bob is the opposite extreme from Homer on the intelligence spectrum, just as Maggie is the opposite extreme on the innocence spectrum. The mutation that made Homer cognitively diminished made Bob cognitively supercharged. The contamination gives and it takes away, and what it gives Bob, the extraordinary intelligence, is precisely as much a curse as what it took from Homer. Bob can see everything, and seeing everything in Springfield is the worst thing that can happen to you. There is Apu Nahasapima Petalon, the owner of the Quick E-Mart, whose presence in the show is its own complicated conversation, one that the show eventually partially addressed in more recent seasons. Apu's mystery is not supernatural. His mystery is simpler, and in some ways more unsettling. How does a man with a doctorate in computer science end up running a convenience store in Springfield for 36 years without ever leaving? The contamination theory has one answer. The coma theory has another. The denial theory suggests that Springfield keeps Apu exactly where it needs him, in the same way it keeps Homer in Sector 7G and Ned in the pew, and Molman in the path of oncoming traffic. Springfield requires its people to stay where they are. The system depends on the positions being held, and the system is very good at ensuring that the people who fill those positions never quite accumulate enough momentum or awareness or freedom to leave them. There is Mayor Quimby, whose corruption is so thoroughgoing and so elaborate and so openly acknowledged by everyone in Springfield that it has ceased to register as corruption and become simply the texture of civic life. There is Chief Wiggum, whose professional incompetence is so comprehensive that it raises seriously the question of whether incompetence is a feature of the position rather than a bug. There is Dr. Nick Riviera, whose medical practice should have resulted in prosecution decades ago and has not, suggesting either that Springfield's regulatory structure is as compromised as everything else in the town, or that the medical profession in Springfield has made a collective decision to not ask too many questions about each other's practice. Every one of them is a piece of the machine. Every one of them is a role the system requires filled by someone it has ensured will fill it in exactly the way the system needs. Springfield is not a town of eccentric individuals. Springfield is an ecosystem. And every member of the ecosystem is in exactly the position the ecosystem requires them to occupy, filling their role with the precise combination of capability and limitation that keeps the whole structure stable. The question isn't whether any of them will ever change. The question is whether the system that holds them in place will ever change. And the answer, 36 seasons in, is not yet. Section 11. Springfield's Geography. The town that exists nowhere and everywhere. Where is Springfield? It sounds like a simple question. It is one of the oldest unanswered questions in American popular culture, posed so many times and dodged so consistently that it has become its own kind of institution. The Springfield question, the reliable absurdity of a show that will drop dozens of clues pointing in every geographic direction simultaneously and then maintain an expression of total innocence when asked to commit to a specific answer. But the geographic question is worth spending time on because it's not as trivial as it might seem. The impossibility of Springfield's location is not just a quirk or a running gag. It is, like everything else in the show's architecture, a symptom of something deeper. Let's establish what we know. Or rather, let's establish the range of what we're told, since what we're told is comprehensively contradictory. Springfield has mountains and oceans and deserts and forests and farmland, all within reasonable driving distance. It is a landlocked town with a harbor. It has weather that ranges from severe blizzard conditions to tropical heat within a single season. It borders, across various episodes, the states of Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, which is a geographic distribution that should strike anyone with a basic map of the United States as ambitious. Lisa's area code points to Missouri. An episode where Homer calls the state capital has the operator indicate they're in a state that begins with a vowel. The state abbreviation has been shown as NT, which is not an actual U.S. state abbreviation. Springfield has been placed, across the show's run, in enough different geographic contexts to have located it in perhaps a dozen different actual states. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed this in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He named the origin of the name Springfield, Oregon, which is where he grew up. He had chosen Springfield as the name because it is one of the most common city names in the United States, appearing in dozens of states, and the ubiquity of the name was part of the point. Any American viewer could claim Springfield as possibly their Springfield, the town down the road or across the county line, or wherever the imagination needed it to be. For a brief period after this interview, the question appeared to be settled. Springfield was in Oregon. Groening had said so. Case closed. The show immediately continued contradicting this. Episodes aired after the interview placed Springfield in geographic context inconsistent with Oregon. The writers didn't treat Groening's statement as resolving anything because for the show's internal purposes, nothing needed to be resolved. The ambiguity was not a problem to be solved. It was a feature to be maintained. This is worth taking seriously as an authorial decision rather than an evasion. The show could have picked a state in 1989 and stuck to it. Many shows set in fictional towns still operate within a specific geographic context, even if the fictional town itself doesn't correspond to any real location. The Simpsons chose not to do this, chose actively and continuously to maintain the geographic instability of Springfield across 36 seasons, which means the instability is intentional and the intention is worth examining. The surface explanation, which Groening himself has offered, is that universal recognition was the goal. A Springfield that could be anywhere is a Springfield that belongs to everyone. If you can't prove it's not in your state, then in some sense it is in your state, and that emotional possession by the audience is a form of connection to the show. This is true. It is also the kind of explanation that is adequate without being complete. Let's apply the theories. If the contamination theory is true, if Springfield is a zone of environmental catastrophe where the normal rules of biology have been warped by decades of nuclear exposure, then there is no obvious reason why the geographic rules should be exempt. If the people of Springfield can be physically mutated, if their bodies can deviate from what human bodies do, if their fish can grow extra eyes and their hair can defy physics and their lifespans can be suspended in a permanent present, then why should the landscape around them follow the rules of actual American geography? Maybe Springfield has both mountains and oceans, not despite the contamination, but because of it. Maybe the same force that mutated the residents mutated the landscape. Maybe the radiation altered the spatial relationship between geographic features, the way it altered the biological relationship between species. Maybe Springfield's geography is impossible for the same reason its biology is impossible. The plant, the leaking, the decades of exposure. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's geographic instability is almost too easily explained. Homer's dreaming brain doesn't have a precise map of America in its memories. It has impressions, fragments, the way everyone's memory of geography is impressionistic rather than precise. He remembers mountains from a vacation. He remembers an ocean from a trip with Marge. He remembers deserts from a movie he watched. He remembers farmland from driving through Middle America. His unconscious mind assembled Springfield from all of those remembered landscapes simultaneously, layering them without regard for the fact that they belong to different regions of an actual country that has them separated by hundreds of miles. Dreams don't have geographic logic. Dreams have emotional logic. Springfield feels like America because it's built from Homer's accumulated impressions of America, and those impressions don't honor state boundaries. The coma theory doesn't just explain why Springfield can't be located. It explains why trying to locate Springfield is the wrong approach. You can't find Springfield on a map because Springfield isn't on a map. It's in Homer's head. It's in the specific, compressed, and fragmentary way that a particular man who fell asleep in 1993 remembered the country he had lived in until then. If the collective denial theory is true, the one established most explicitly by the principal and the pauper, then Springfield's geographic ambiguity serves a specifically protective function. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. You cannot bring federal enforcement action against a nuclear facility if you cannot establish which state's regulatory regime applies to it. You cannot hold a corporation accountable for environmental contamination if the jurisdiction keeps shifting. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Every time the show provides a clue that seems to narrow down the location, another clue contradicts it, and the net effect is regulatory limbo. A nuclear power plant operating in a community that is definitionally outside the reach of any single state's oversight infrastructure. Burns, or someone operating in Burns's interest, might not have designed this, but the show suggests that it benefits from it comprehensively. A town that can't be definitively located has no definitively applicable law. A power plant in that town is, in a very practical sense, beyond legal reach. And a billionaire who owns that power plant and who has been alive long enough to understand this benefit is not likely to do anything to resolve the ambiguity. There is also something philosophically interesting about Springfield's geographic impossibility, something that the theories illuminate from different angles. America is a vast and varied country, and the experience of being American varies enormously depending on where in the country you live. The specific poverty of Appalachia is not the specific poverty of the rural South. The specific loneliness of the industrial Midwest is not the specific loneliness of the agricultural plains. The specific alienation of the urban coast is not the specific alienation of the desert Southwest. These are different textures of the same nation, and a show that wanted to speak to all of them would either have to set multiple stories in multiple places or find a single setting that contained elements of all of them. Springfield is that second option taken to its logical extreme. It is not a place. It is an argument that all of these experiences, all of these textures, all of these specific qualities of American life are versions of the same thing. A community of people who work and raise families and struggle with money and deal with corrupt institutions and try to love each other under conditions that don't always make loving easy. The geographic impossibility is the show's way of saying, this is not set in a specific place. It is set in America. All of America. Every part of it. Simultaneously. And Springfield will never be located because being located would mean being limited, and Springfield cannot afford to be limited. Springfield needs to be your town wherever you are. It needs to be the town you grew up in, or left, or drove through once and thought, I know this place. I don't know why, but I know this place. Because the thing the show has been doing for 36 years, the deepest thing underneath all the jokes and all the theories and all the mysteries, is making people feel recognized. Making them see their own community's specific madness reflected in Springfield's more exaggerated version of it. Making the joke land because the joke is true. You can't pin Springfield to a state, but Springfield is the most precisely located show in American television history because it's located in the specific experience of being an ordinary person in America, watching your town's institutions fail you slowly, loving your family imperfectly, surviving the consequences of other people's choices. That's everywhere. That's the location. Section 12, the final theory. Everything connects. We have been in Springfield for a long time now, long enough to have walked through most of the rooms, to have opened most of the doors, to have shone a light into most of the corners. We've looked at the contamination and the coma and the shooting, and the immortality and the silence and the exile and the denial and the predictions and the peripheral mysteries and the impossible geography. We've examined the evidence and followed the theories and arrived each time at the same general destination from a different direction. Something is wrong in Springfield. Not one thing. Not a single cause that can be isolated and addressed and corrected. A structural wrongness. A wrongness built into the foundation, woven through the architecture, present in every room at every level. And the question, the final question, the one we've been circling all night without quite landing on, is this. What is the wrongness, really? Not what causes it, not which theory explains it. What is the thing itself? Let me try to answer that. Every theory we've discussed tonight converges on the same observation, approached from different directions, stated in different terms, but arriving at the same point. Springfield is a place where the systems that are supposed to protect people from harm are instead used to perpetuate the harm, where the institutions that are supposed to enable accountability instead enable its absence, where the mechanisms of community, the shared understanding, the collective agreement about what is real and what matters are deployed in the service of comfortable fiction rather than uncomfortable truth. The nuclear plant should be regulated. It is not, or not effectively, because the man who runs it has ensured that the regulatory function is occupied by someone who cannot perform it. The legal system should provide accountability. It does not because a judge can issue a decree making truth illegal. The medical establishment should protect public health. It does not, or not adequately, because a man who relies on private medical infrastructure for his own survival has every reason to keep the public infrastructure compromised. The democratic process should express the community's genuine preferences. It does, but the community's genuine preferences have been shaped by decades of neurological damage, institutional conditioning, and the specific psychological effects of believing, as Homer believed, that you are not the kind of person who deserves better. The wrongness of Springfield is that its systems work exactly as they were designed to work. The design is the problem. Burns designed a plant that leaks because a leaking plant produces the cognitive damage that produces the population he needs: compliant, incurious, incapable of sustained resistance. He hired Homer because Homer's incompetence is the most reliable form of regulatory failure available. He drove out Mona because Mother's presence might have given Homer the emotional security to become someone more difficult to manage. He made a deal with Abe because even the leverage of a secret can be converted into the specific, limited bargain that keeps Homer in Sector 7G without giving Homer any real power. Every piece of it serves the same function. The plant poisons, the poisoning produces damage, the damage produces compliance, the compliance produces profit, the profit maintains the plant poisons. It's a closed loop. It was built to be a closed loop. And the genius of it, the specific and terrible genius of it, is that the people inside the loop are the last people capable of seeing the loop from outside it. The very contamination that makes them exploitable makes them unable to perceive their exploitation. The cognitive damage that keeps them in their positions keeps them from understanding why they're in their positions. Homer can't connect Burns to Mona's exile. Homer can't connect the plant to his own impairment. Homer can't connect his job security to Abe's deal. Not because he's stupid, though the crayon and the radiation have made him cognitively limited. Because the information needed to make those connections was deliberately withheld from him, by his father, by the systems around him, by the accumulated weight of a community that has chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths so many times and for so long that lying has become its default mode of self-understanding. The coma theory, the radiation theory, the collective denial theory, and the immortality theory are not competing explanations. They are the same explanation written in 4 different registers. The radiation theory is the physical version. This is what the contamination has done to bodies and brains. The coma theory is the psychological version. This is what the damage has done to Homer's capacity to live fully in the real world, to the point where the dream is preferable to waking. The collective denial theory is the social version. This is what the community does with the knowledge that living in this place costs what it costs, the active choice to maintain the fiction. The immortality theory is the political economic version. This is what happens when one person has enough wealth and enough time to optimize an entire community for his own survival. They are 4 facets of the same object. The object is Springfield. The object is also, as the show has been quietly insisting for 36 years, America. Because here is the thing about Springfield that the predictions section gestures toward but doesn't quite say directly. Springfield is not a satirical exaggeration of America. Springfield is a precise description of something real in America, described in a register that is slightly more visible, slightly more concentrated, slightly more legible than reality, but not fundamentally different from it. There are real towns in America where the primary employer is a facility that poses environmental risks to the community. There are real towns in America where the political and economic power structure makes it effectively impossible to address those risks. There are real communities where the people who would benefit most from knowing the truth about their situation are the people least equipped to access that truth because the same conditions that create the problem also create the impediments to recognizing it. There are real communities that have perfected the Springfield mechanism. The social agreement not to acknowledge what is acknowledged. The collective choice to treat the uncomfortable fact as unspeakable. The expulsion, formal or informal, of anyone who insists on speaking it anyway. The Simpsons is not telling you a story about a cartoon family. The Simpsons is telling you a story about the specific way that institutional harm sustains itself, by making the harmed population the last group capable of perceiving the harm, and the most invested group in maintaining the conditions that allow the harm to continue. Homer keeps going back to work at the plant because he needs the job. He needs the job because he has a family. He has a family because he loves them. He loves them because they are his. They are his because he was there, or because in the dream he is still there, dreaming of being there, dreaming of a version of things that holds together the way the real version doesn't. And the loop runs, and the plant leaks, and the fish have 3 eyes, and nobody asks why, except Lisa. Lisa asks why. Lisa has always asked why. Lisa, at 8 years old, playing saxophone in her room, fighting every battle that nobody else is willing to fight, insisting on the uncomfortable question in the face of everyone around her who has decided the question is too expensive to ask. Lisa is the show's conscience. She is the character the show most clearly loves, and the character the show most clearly breaks, because she sees Springfield clearly, and she lives in Springfield anyway, 8 years old forever, asking why the fish have 3 eyes and getting no answer, asking why her father works for the man who poisoned the town and getting no answer, asking why the town forgets everything and gets back to normal, and nobody seems to find this strange, and getting no answer. Lisa is the show's thesis character, not because she escapes Springfield's damage, but because she doesn't, and she keeps going anyway. She is the person who chooses to see even when seeing costs everything. She is the reason the show, for all its darkness, for all the contamination and the coma and the conspiracy and the denial, does not feel hopeless. Because as long as someone is asking the questions are still alive. The loop can still be broken. The dream can still end. The fog can still lift. And somewhere in Springfield, an 8-year-old girl with a saxophone and eyes that see too clearly for her own comfort is sitting in her room asking why. That is the final theory. Not a theory about what's wrong with Springfield. A theory about why we come back to Springfield, week after week, season after season, for 36 years without stopping. Not to find the answers, to watch the questions being asked. Because the questions are ours too. We live in Springfield. We have always lived in Springfield. We drink the water and breathe the air and watch the man on the hill get richer while we don't ask about the fish. And we drive past the cooling towers every morning, and we come home to our families, in our houses, on our streets, in our towns that don't appear on any map, and we sit on the couch and we turn on the television. And in the blue light of the screen, the family on Evergreen Terrace is there. They are always there. They have always been there. They are never older than they were when you first saw them. They are never tired of being exactly who they are. Homer falls down and gets up. Bart pranks and runs. Lisa plays and wonders. Marge holds it all together with the specific, exhausted love of someone who has decided, without fanfare, that this is worth holding. And Maggie sits in the back, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting. We built Springfield. Not the writers, not the animators, not Matt Groening, though they built the thing we see on screen. We built the thing behind it. We built the need it fills. We needed a town that never changes. We needed a family that always stays. We needed somewhere to go when the questions got too heavy and the answers weren't there and the real world was too much of itself. And so Springfield exists, and it will keep existing. And nobody in Springfield will ever quite figure out why the fish have 3 eyes, and nobody outside Springfield will ever quite locate it on a map. And Homer will always find his way home by the end of the episode, because in his dream, he never left. And in ours, we never left either. If you've made it all the way here to the end of 4 hours in Springfield, then something in you needed to be here tonight. Something in you needed the slow, quiet, patient work of going through these mysteries one at a time in the dark. And we're glad you were here for it. Leave a comment with your time and your location. Tell us where in the world you were when you finally fell asleep, or if you're still awake. Tell us that too. We want to know where Springfield's signal reaches. Subscribe if you haven't. There's more of this coming, more shows and more mysteries, and more of the slow work of finding what's hidden inside the things we love. Until then, go home to Evergreen Terrace. The family is waiting. The couch is exactly as you left it. The loop is still running. It always is. That's the whole point.